Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Right, quick, march. Gordon M. Amoth Jr.,
Edmiro Abad,
Marie Rose Abad,
Andrew Anthony Abate,
Vincent Paul Abate,
Lawrence Christopher Abel,
Alana Abraham,
William F. Abrahamson,
Richard Anthony Acito,
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman,
Paul Aquaviva,
Christian Adams,
Donald Leroy Adams,
Patrick Adams.
Shannon Lewis Adams.
Stephen George Adams.
Ignatius Udo Adanga.
Christy A. Adama.
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.
Sophia B. Ado.
Lee Adler.
Daniel Thomas Apolito.
Emmanuel Akwasi Afuakwa.
Alok Argawal.
Mukal Kumar Agawala.
Joseph Agnello.
David Scott Agnes.
Joao Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.
Brian G. Ahern.
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern.
Joanne Marie Aladiotis.
Shabir Ahmed.
Terrence Andre Aiken.
Godwin O. Ahala.
Trudy M. Alagero.
Andrew Alamino.
Margaret Ann Alario.
Gary M. Albero.
John Leslie Albert.
Peter Craig Alderman.
And my cousin, New York firefighter Steve Belson from Rockaway Beach, Queens. Steve was known as Mr. Ladder 24 at Engine 1 on West 31st Street near Madison Square Garden, right here in Manhattan. He was last heard from on the 44th floor while climbing up the South Tower and will be a hero among so many on that day. I want to say, though, quickly, that each one of us who follow us in the readings of the names, as well as each person watching, no matter where you are or the language you speak, has the power to affect the world for good. Never forget the evil terrorist organizations that brought these towers down, killing almost 3,000 innocent lives, including those at the Pentagon and on the 4 hijacked planes. And to all of those out there who still do not know history, please learn about the groups and the nations that continue to support global terror, including all those who still chant death to America. Enough already. Let the good people of the world unite on the side of the good and the righteous. And may God bless the United States of America, land of the free and home of the brave.
And my cousin and godfather, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. Every day I wear your initials on my shoulder. I'm reminded of your profound impact on my life. Your memory lives on in our hearts, and your family misses you deeply. The love we have for you will endure across generations. We will never forget you or anyone who tragically lost their lives that day. God bless our military, our first responders, the FDNY, Engine 298, the NYPD, and God bless New York City. But most of all, God bless America.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick.
David D. Alger.
Ernest Alicacos.
Edward L. Allegretto.
Eric Allen.
Joseph Ryan Allen.
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard L. Allen.
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna S. W. Allison.
Janet Marie Alonso.
Anthony Alvarado.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Brito.
Telmo E. Alvier.
Cesar Amaranto Alviar.
Tariq Amula.
Angelo Amaranto.
James M. Amato.
Joseph Amatuccio.
Paul W. Ambrose.
Christopher Charles Amoroso.
Craig Scott Amundson.
Kazuhiro Anai.
Callisto Anaya Jr.
Joseph P. Enchundia.
Kermit Charles Anderson.
Yvette Constance Anderson.
John Jack Andriacchio.
Michael Rourke Andrews.
Jean Ann Andrucki.
Sue Nia Ang.
Joseph Angelini Sr.
Joseph John Angelini Jr.
David Lawrence Angel.
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel.
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angrasani.
Lorraine Antigua.
Sema David Aoyama.
And my grandfather, Edward Joseph Papa. Grandpa Eddie, although I never got a chance to meet you, we share many of the same interests. Not only do we share the same name, but I also love to play golf. I also love the Mets and playing baseball just like you did. People always tell me we share the same smile and happy energy. I wish I could have met you, and I hope you're all making you proud.
And my dad, Stephen Francis Schlag. I love him and miss him as ever. All the years combined, they melt into a dream. Life is good. It's 88 and sunny.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Faustino Apostle Jr.,
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Patrick Michael Araños,
David Gregory Arche.
Michael George Archensky,
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean Aristide,
Adam P. Arias.
Michael J. Armstrong,
Jack Charles Aaron.
Joshua Todd Aaron,
Richard Avery Arno.
Myra Joy Aronson,
Japhet Jesse Arias.
Carl Francis Asaro,
Michael A. Ajiak.
Michael Edward Asher,
Janice Marie Ashley.
Thomas J. Ashton,
Manuel O. Asidambe.
Greg A. Atlas,
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
James Otterfred,
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Ezra Avilias,
Sandy Ayala.
Arlene T. Babakidis,
Eustace R. Bacchus.
John J. Badakliaka,
Jane Ellen Basler.
Robert J. Bearwalter,
Andrew J. Bailey.
Brett T. Bailey,
Garnet Ace Bailey.
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Baksh.
Sharon M. Balcom,
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis,
And my uncle, firefighter Jimmy Riches. Uncle Jimmy, we talk about you all the time and how you sound so amazing. I wish I could have met you, and I know you were cheering me on at all of my cheerleading competitions and watching over our whole family. We all know when we see a dragonfly, it's your way of saying hello to us. We will always remember you. God bless America.
and with endless love, appreciation, and admiration, my brother, FDNY Captain William O'Keefe.
Gerard Baptiste,
Walter Barron,
Gerard A. Barbara,
Paul Vincent Barbero,
James William Barbella,
Colleen Ann Barco,
Christine Jonna Barbuto,
Victor Daniel Barbosa,
David Michael Barkway,
Firefighter Matthew Barnes,
Melissa Rose Barnes,
Sheila Patricia Barnes,
Evan J. Barron,
Renee Barrett Arjun,
Arthur Thaddeus Berry,
Diane G. Berry,
Maurice Vincent Berry,
Scott D. Bart,
Carlton W. Bartels,
Guy Barbsey,
Ina B. Bassina,
Alyssa Christine Burton Bosmajan,
Kenneth William Besnicki,
Lieutenant Firefighter Stephen Joseph Bates,
Paul James Taglia,
W. David Bauer,
Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista,
Marlene Capito Bautista,
Mark Lawrence Bavis,
Jasper Baxter,
Lorraine G. Bay,
Michelle Beal,
Todd M. Beamer,
Paul Frederick Bettini,
Jane S. Beatty,
Alan Anthony Bevan,
Lawrence Ira Beck,
Manette Marie Beckles,
Carl John Bedigian,
Michael Ernest Beekman,
and my grandfather Carl W. Tepe. I hear many stories about him every day. Some make me laugh and some make me cry, but every story inspires me. Although I was never fortunate enough to meet my grandfather, he is my hero. I see parts of him in my everyday life, such as the color red, his favorite color, and I see him within my family. He is within my mom, my uncle, and my grandma, within my sister and little cousins, and I know there are parts of him within me, and I know that he is with me and my family in every step that we take.
And my grandfather, firefighter Alan Tarasarich. I would like to take this time to thank everyone who really keeps their word to never forget, so they are not forgotten. All the stories I hear about my grandfather, I've learned that he would do the same if he didn't die that day. The family misses and loves you.
Maria A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Yelena Bilalowski,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belton,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic J. Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Birdsong,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernhardt,
David W. Bernard,
William H. Bernstein,
David M. Beret,
David Shelby Berry,
Joseph John Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Yanene Beatru,
Timothy D. Betterly,
Carolyn Mayer Bug,
Edward Frank Baye,
Paul Michael Bear,
Anil Pahalram Belvrani,
Bella J. Buchan,
Shimi D. Bigliason,
Peter Alexander Bielfeld,
William G. Bigart,
Brian Eugene Belcher,
Mark Bingham,
Carl Vincent Beanie,
and my brother Joseph Michael Giacconi. 23 years is like 23 seconds. On September 11th, my brother disappeared. But this place has become my altar. And this ceremony is essential. Because that day he disappeared, but if I come here and I speak loud and you hear his name, he will never, never disappear. We love you and thank you.
and my great. And my grandfather, FDNY Captain James J. Corrigan. We love you so much and we miss you so much. Me and my 3 sisters wish we got to meet you. Gary Eugene Bird,
Joshua David Birnbaum,
George John Bishop,
Chris Romeo Bushunda,
Jeffrey Donald Bittner,
Albert Belela Blackman Jr.,
Christopher Joseph Blackwell,
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn,
Susan Leigh Blair,
Harry Blanding Jr.,
Janice Lee Blaney,
Craig Michael Blass,
Rita Blau,
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.,
Michael Andrew Bacardi,
John Paul Bocci,
Michael L. Bocchino,
Susan M. Bocchino,
Dira Francis Bodley,
Bruce Douglas Bone,
Mary Catherine Murphy Bofa,
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan,
Darren Christopher Bohan,
Lawrence Francis Bousseau,
Vincent M. Bolin Jr.,
Turi Hamzavi Belorchi,
Alan Bondarenko,
Andre Bonaire Jr.,
Colin Arthur Bonnet,
Frank J. Bonomo,
Yvonne Lucia Benamo,
Susan Booker Sr.,
Kelly Ann Boones,
Campbell D. Boone,
Mary Jane Booth,
Sherry Ann Boudreau,
Christine Bordinabe,
Jerry J. Borg,
Martin Michael Borashevsky,
Richard Edward Bosco,
and my uncle Kenneth Joseph Marino, who was a firefighter with FDNY Rescue 1 in Manhattan. He was one of the first responders on that day. I am 12 years old, so I never met my uncle Kenny, but I feel like I know him from my parents, grandparents, and family members. One thing I learned is that my uncle Kenny and I share a love of baseball. Our favorite player is Ken Griffey Jr., and I'm very happy and proud that we have the same interests. But most important is that my Uncle Kenny was a true hero. He saved many lives on that day. Our family misses him every day, and we will never forget his memory or his bravery.
my cousin Matthew Carmen Solito. Matthew, neither you nor the thousands who perished on 9/11 will ever be forgotten. What is being forgotten is the 9/11 experienced by every other American. I ask you today to speak to your children and your grandchildren who weren't born on 9/11. Tell them what you went through, tell them to never forget what your family went through on 9/11.
Klaus Botha,
Carol Marie Bouchard,
J. Howard Bolton,
Francisco Eligio Boudier,
Thomas Harold Bowden Jr.,
Donna M. Bowen,
Kimberly S. Bowers,
Veronique Nicole Bowers,
Larry Bowman,
Sean Edward Bauman Jr.,
Kevin L. Bowser,
Gary R. Box,
Gennady Boyarsky,
Pamela Boyce,
Alan P. Boyle,
Michael Boyle,
Alfred J. Braca,
Sandra Konate Brace,
Kevin Hugh Bracken,
Sandy Waugh Bradshaw,
David Brian Brady,
Alexander Berginski,
Nicholas W. Brandmarty,
Daniel Raymond Brandhorst,
David Reed Gamboa Brandhorst,
Michelle Renee Bratton,
Patrice Brout,
Lydia Estelle Bravo,
Donald Michael Breitweiser,
Edward A. Brennan III,
Frank H. Brennan,
Michael E. Brennan,
Peter Brennan,
Thomas Moore Brennan,
Daniel J. Brethel,
Gary Lee Bright,
Jonathan Eric Briley,
Mark A. Risman,
Paul Gary Bristow,
Marion R. Britton,
and my father, William Ralph Robb. Dad, we only got 6 years together, but I have nothing but the happiest memories, and every day I remember how lucky and how proud I am to be your daughter. Me, Mom, and Liam love and miss you so much.
and my mother, Imelda H. Perry. My mother was a beacon of kindness, wisdom, elegance, and grace. Her love was unconditional. Her spirit was indomitable. Along with my brother and my sister, we cherish the memories that you taught us. And even though you are not here with us, your memories will continue to live in our hearts and guide our actions. Thank you.
Mark Francis Broderick,
Herman Charles Brockhammer,
Keith A. Broomfield,
Bernard C. Brown II,
Janice J. Louis Brown,
Lloyd Stanford Brown,
Patrick John Brown,
Bettina B. Brown Radburn,
Mark Bruce,
Richard George Bruhert,
Andrew Brunn,
Vincent Edward Brunton,
Ronald Buca,
Brandon J. Buchanan,
Greg J. Buck,
Dennis Buckley,
John Edward Boluga Jr.,
Patrick Joseph Booth,
Christopher L. Burford,
Stephen Bruce Bunin,
Thomas Daniel Burke,
Matthew J. Burke,
Charles F. Burlingame III,
William Francis Burke Jr.,
Donald J. Burns,
Thomas E. Burnett Jr.,
Keith James Burns,
Kathleen Ann Burns,
Irina Buslow,
John Patrick Burnside,
Thomas M. Butler,
Milton G. Bustillo,
Timothy G. Byrne,
Patrick Dennis Byrne,
Jesus Neptali Cabezas,
Daniel M. Caballero,
Brian Joseph Cachia,
Lillian Casieres,
and my brother Robert Talhami. Your family and I love you and miss you so much. For the love you had for good food and wine, your good friend Peter Donovan and I have not missed a dinner in your honor for the last 23 years. Robert, my little brother, I know we will meet again. Until then, I love you and think of you every day.
and my uncle, James Brian Riley. We love you and miss you so much, Uncle Jimmy. Even though I've never met you, I've heard so many stories about you to the point where it feels like I've known you for my whole life. You're a role model to me, and your kindness inspires me and the rest of our family to be the best people that we can be.
Richard Michael Caggiano,
Cecile Morella Kaluka,
John Brett Cahill,
Michael John Cahill,
Scott Walter Cahill,
Thomas Joseph Cahill,
George C. Kane,
Salvatore B. Cabral,
Joseph M. Calandrillo,
Philip V. Catalano,
Edward Calderon,
Jose O. Calderon Olmeda,
Kenneth Marcus Caldwell,
Dominic E. Cali,
Felix Bobby Calixte,
Francis Joseph Callahan,
Liam Callahan,
Suzanne M. Callie,
Gino Luigi Calvi,
Rocco Kamash,
Michael F. Camarata,
David O.T. Campbell,
Jeffrey Thomas Campbell,
Robert Arthur Campbell,
Sandra Patricio Campbell,
Sean Thomas Canavan,
John A. Candela,
Vincent A. Canalandos,
Stephen J. Cangelosi,
Lisa Bella Canava,
Brian Canizaro,
Michael R. Canty,
Luis Anthony Caparisi,
Jonathan Neff Capello,
James Christopher Carpes,
Richard Michael Caproni,
Jose Manuel Cardona,
Dennis M. Carey Sr.,
Edward Calino,
Michael Scott Carlo,
and my brother Emmanuel Akwesi Afwaka. You are a hero. May your soul and all departed souls keep resting in peace. And it's my prayer that this wicked act called terrorism will never occur again in the United States. God bless America.
and my father, Lieutenant Kenneth John Felix Sr. Dad, we miss you, including your wife Patty, your children, Aaron, Danny, Kenny, and your grandchildren, Kendall, Kyle, and Callie and I just want to be honored to be here and to wear your badge number as a police officer, and my brother as well, wearing your badge number as a fire department. God bless all the 9/11 families. Thank you.
David G. Carlone,
Rosemary C. Carlson,
Mark Stephen Carney,
Joyce Ann Carpenetto,
Jeremy Kaz Carrington,
Michael T. Carroll,
Peter J. Carroll,
James Joseph Carson Jr.,
Christopher Mikhail Karstinogen,
Angeline C. Carter,
James Marcel Cartier,
Sharon Ann Carver,
Vivian Casaldic,
John Francis Casaza,
Paul Reagan Cassio,
Neely Ann Heffernan Casey,
William Joseph Cashman,
Thomas Anthony Casoria,
William Otto Casper,
Alejandro Castaño,
Arcelio Castillo,
Leonard M. Castriano,
Jose Ramon Castro,
William E. Coswell,
Richard G. Catarelli,
Christopher Sean Caton,
Robert John Caulfield,
Mary Teresa Caulfield,
Judson Cavalier,
Michael Joseph Cawley,
Jason David Kane,
Juan Armando Ceballos,
Marcia G. Cecil Carter,
Jason Michael Cephalou,
Thomas Joseph Cecil,
Anna Mercedes Centeno,
Joni Sesta,
John J. Chada,
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff,
Swarna Chalasani,
and my cousin Gary M. Albero. Even though it's been 23 years, we hold your memory strong. Your love of family, meatballs, and of course the Yankees. We miss you every day and hope you're having a blast up there with Dad and Grandma and the rest of the family. And of course, God bless America.
and my sister Catherine McGarry Nowak. We miss you a lot.
William A. Chalkoff,
Eli Chalua,
Charles Lawrence Chan,
Mandy Chang,
Rosa Maria Chapa,
Mark Lawrence Charette,
David M. Charlebois,
Gregorio Manuel Chavez,
Pedro Francisco Checo,
Douglas Macmillan Cherry,
Stephen Patrick Cherry,
Vernon Paul Cherry,
Nestor Julio Chevalier,
Swede Joseph Chevalier,
Alexander H. Chiang,
Dorothy J. Chicharo,
Luis Alfonso Chimbo,
Robert Chin,
Eddie Wing Wei Chin,
Nicholas Paul Chofalo,
John G. Chipora,
Peter A. Chicharillo,
Catherine Ellis Cheers,
Kyung Hee Casey Cho,
Abul K. Chowdhury,
Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury,
Kirsten Lael Christoph,
Pamela Chu,
Stephen Paul Chupnick,
Wei Ching Chung,
Christopher Chiafardini,
Alex F. Ciccone,
Francis Ann Salente,
Elaine Silo,
Edna Cintrone,
Nestor Andre Cintron III,
Robert D. Siri Sr.,
Juan Pablo Cisneros,
Benjamin Keith Clark,
Eugene Clark,
and my father, FDNY Battalion Chief Oreo Joseph Palmer. A month from today, I'm getting married, and I'll be saving a seat for you and for Mom. Dana, Keith, and I are so proud to be your children.
and my uncle, Salvatore F. Pepe. Sal, the entire family misses you. I hope you see how well your son, little Sal, has turned out. Kathy has done an amazing job. We miss you. We'd love to have you around. We know and that you're looking out for us. So thank you for being our guardian angel.
Gregory Allen Clark,
Manny Leroy Clark,
Sarah M. Clark,
Thomas R. Clark,
Christopher Robert Clark,
Donna Marie Clark,
Michael J. Clark,
Saria Rachel Emma Clark,
Kevin Francis Cleary,
James D. Clear,
Jeffrey W. Cloud,
Susan Marie Klein,
Stephen Copley,
Jeffrey Allen Cole,
Patricia A. Cody,
Daniel Michael Coffey,
Jason Matthew Coffey,
Florence G. Cohen,
Kevin S. Cohen,
Anthony Joseph Coladonato,
Mark Joseph Caleo,
Stephen J. Caleo,
Christopher Michael Colasanti,
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert,
Michelle P. Colbert,
Keith E. Coleman,
Scott Thomas Coleman,
Terrell Coleman,
Liam Joseph Cahoon,
Robert D. Cullen,
Robert J. Call,
Jean Marie Collins,
John Michael Collins,
Michael L. Collins,
Thomas Joseph Collins,
Joseph Kent Collison,
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman,
Patricia Malaya Kolodner,
Linda M. Cologne,
Saul E. Cologne,
and my friend Susan Ruggiero, and also my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. I look forward to that day when we can all be together again. And may I ask everybody out there watching this to pray for unity and to pray for peace. Thank you.
My brother, Robert T. Bobby Hughes Jr., and our family friend, Judy Hazel Fernandez. Bobby, your beautiful and infectious smile and soul is missed and loved so much every day. You have no idea the major impact you and your life has had and left on all of our hearts.
We can't believe you're gone 23 years. The sadness and emptiness we all feel missing you is indescribable. Thank you for watching over all of us after all these years. You're loved and missed so much, and you are forever our hero and angel. We love you so much, Bobby.
Ronald Edward Comer,
Jaime Concepcion,
Albert Conde,
Denise Conley,
Susan P. Conlon,
Margaret Mary Connor,
Cynthia Marie Lease Connolly,
John E. Connolly Jr.,
James Lee Connor,
Jonathan M. Connors,
Kevin Patrick Connors,
Kevin F. Conroy,
Brenda E. Conway,
Dennis Michael Cook,
Helen D. Cook,
Jeffrey W. Coombs,
John A. Cooper,
Julian T. Cooper,
Joseph John Capo Jr.,
Gerard Capello,
Joseph Albert Corbett,
John J. Corcoran III,
Alejandro Cordero,
Robert Joseph Cordes,
Ruben D. Correa,
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez,
Georgine Rose Corrigan,
James J. Corrigan,
Carlos Cortez Rodriguez,
Kevin Michael Cosgrove,
Dolores Marie Costa,
Digna Alexandra Costanza,
Charles Gregory Costello Jr.,
Michael S. Costello,
Asia S. Cottom,
Conroy Kofi Katoy Sr.,
Modern John Coughlin,
John J. G. Coughlin,
Timothy J. Coughlin,
James E. Cove,
and my uncle, Ol D. Wangachuk, who I've missed by 10 days, and who was taken from all of us. We all miss you, we all love you. Thank you, and God bless America.
and my aunt, Danielle Casoulas. Although never fortunate enough to have met you, your memory still continues to live on from the stories of your selfless heart, your smile, and your tenacity for everything you set your mind to. The stories of your life inspire me every day. You inspired me to run my first marathon and to never give up on my dreams on attending the United States Coast Guard Academy to one day serve my country. You are my why. You are loved and you are missed and you will never be forgotten.
Andre Colin Cox, Frederick John Cox,
James Raymond Coyle,
Michelle Coyen Ewan,
Christopher Seaton Kramer,
Eric A. Cranford,
Denise Elizabeth Krant,
James Leslie Crawford Jr.,
Robert James Crawford,
Tara Kathleen Creamer,
Joanne Mary Cregan,
Lucia Crispasso,
John A. Creasy,
Daniel Hall Chrisma,
Dennis A. Cross,
Kevin R. Crotty,
Thomas G. Crotty,
John R. Craig,
Wellis Remy Crother,
Robert L. Cruikshank,
John Robert Cruz,
Grace Agrell Kulo,
Kenneth John Cubas,
Francisco Cruz Cabero,
Thelma Cuccinello,
Richard Joseph Cudero,
Neil James Cudmore,
Thomas Patrick Collins III,
Joan Cullinan,
Joyce Rose Cummings,
Brian Thomas Cummins,
Michael Joseph Cunningham,
Robert Curatolo,
Loris Demain Kulo,
Paul Dario Curioli,
Patrick Joseph Curvin,
Beverly L. Curry,
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green,
Michael Sean Curtin,
Patricia Cusher,
and my uncle, firefighter Edward James White III. Even though I never got to meet you, Uncle Teddy,
From all the great stories I hear, I feel like I know you. We all love and miss you. You will forever be our hero.
And my grandfather, Michael D. Dio. Everyone who knew him lost a real friend, and for all of us in our family, he has left a place that can never be filled. We love you, Papa.
Gavin Cushney.
Caleb Aaron Dack.
Carlos S. DaCosta.
Jason M. Dahl.
Brian Paul Dale.
NYPD Police Officer John DeLara.
Vincent Gerard Demadeo.
Thomas A. Damaskinos.
Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr.
Janine Damiani Jones.
Manuel Joao Demota.
Patrick W. Danahy.
Mary D'Antonio.
Petty Officer 2nd Class Vincent G. Dans.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dotteray.
Lieutenant Edward A. Diatri.
Firefighter Michael D. Dioria.
Lawrence Davidson.
Michael Allen Davidson.
Firefighter Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davidson.
Nierka Davila.
Ada M. Davis.
Port Authority Police Officer Clinton Davis Sr.
Wayne Terriel Davis.
Anthony Richard Dawson.
Calvin Dawson.
Firefighter Edward James Day.
William Thomas Dean.
Firefighter Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.
Battalion Chief Thomas Patrick DeAngelis.
Dorothy Alma De Araujo.
Ana Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera.
Tara E. DeBeck.
James D. Debonier.
Anna M. Devin.
James V. de Blasi Jr.
Gisaril Malabuyak de Chavez. Uncle, Firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry. Uncle Joey, although we never met you, you will always be remembered. We see your sense of humor and big heart in all our family members.
You should be here laughing with us at our family gatherings in Breezy Point or winning big at Left Right Center on Christmas Day, but we know you are watching over us with Papa and Aunt Mary.
We promise to continue telling your stories and will never let anyone forget all those lost on September 11th.
Paul DeColo.
Gerald F. DeCanto.
Simon Morash de Lucas.
Jason Christopher DeFazio.
David A. DeFeo.
Jennifer De Jesus.
Monique Effie de Jesus.
Nareda De Jesus.
Emmy de la Peña.
Donald Arthur De La Peña.
Azucena Maria de la Torre.
Vito Joseph Delio.
Danielle Ann Deli.
Andrea Della Bella.
Joseph A. Della Pietra.
Palmina Delegati.
Colleen Ann DeLowery.
Joseph DeLuca.
Manuel Del Valle Jr.
Francis Albert De Martini.
Anthony DeMoss.
Martin N. DeMeo.
Francis Deming.
Carol Keys Demitz.
Kevin Dennis.
Thomas Francis Dennis Sr.
Jean C. De Palma.
Jose Nicholas De Pena.
Robert John Duraney.
Michael DeRienzo.
David Paul DeRubio.
Jamal Laguesse DeSantis.
Christian Louis DeSimone.
Edward DeSimone III.
Andrew J. Desperito.
Michael Jude D'Esposito.
Cindy Ann Duell.
Melanie Louise DeVere.
Jerry DeVito.
Robert P. Devitt Jr.
And my uncle, Matthew J. Burke. It is with great pride that I carry on your name. You are loved and missed dearly. Even though you're not here with us, you are forever in our hearts. God bless my Uncle Matt, and God bless America.
And my uncle, Thomas Joseph Collins. Uncle Tommy, you were the life of the party and had an infectious smile that could light up any room. We know you're up there with Grandma and Grandpa watching over all of us. We love you, we miss you, and you were never forgotten.
Dennis Lawrence Devlin. Gerard P. Dewan. Suleimani Kasamali Danani. Michael Louis D'Agostino. Matthew Diaz. Nancy Diaz. Abdulio Ruiz Diaz. Michael A. Diaz Piedra III. Judith Berquist Diaz Sierra. Patricia Florence D. Chiaro. Rodney Dickens. Jerry D. Dickerson. Joseph Dermot Dickey Jr. Lawrence Patrick Dickinson. Michael D. Deal. John DeFato. Vincent Francis DeFazio. Carl Anthony DeFranco. Donald Joseph DeFranco. John D. Giovanni. Eddie A. Dillard. Deborah Ann DiMartino. David DeMiglio. Stephen Patrick Dimino. William John Dimling. Marissa DiNardo Shorp. Christopher Moore Dinka. Jeffrey Mark Dingle. Rena Sam Deneau. Anthony Dionisio. George DiPasquale. Joseph D. Pilato. Douglas Franks D. Stefano. Donald Americo DiTullio. Ramsey A. Dewani. Johnny Doctor Jr. John Joseph Doherty. Melissa Candida Doy. Brendan Dolan. Robert E. Dolan Jr. And my uncle Cesaro Malabuyo de Chavez. Tito, you're the man who I am honored to get my name from. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing well and watching down on us. Although I've never got the chance to meet you in person, it's clear you've made a significant impact on those around you. Nanay, Ninang, Lolo, and Lola all speak very highly of you and your accomplishments. The amount of respect they all have for you is evident. It's unfortunate you're not able to tell me these stories and accomplishments yourself. However, your siblings and parents will always make sure to share your stories for you. Through us, your family, will make sure you are never forgotten and your legacy will live on. Tito, wherever you are, I hope you finally found peace. Mahal na mahal kita. And my uncle, firefighter Frankie Esposito, and cousin, Captain Michael Esposito. As I get older, it gets harder to see the sadness amongst my family with you gone, but our grief is just our love with nowhere to go. We're proud of you, we love you, and we'll never stop walking down memory lane to run into you. I'll continue to share your legacies with the younger generations as to never forget. God bless the lives lost this day, and God bless America.
Neil Matthew Dollard.
James DeMonico.
Benilda Pasqua Domingo.
Alberto Dominguez.
Carlos Dominguez.
Jerome Mark Patrick Dominguez.
Kevin W. Donnelly.
Jacqueline Donovan.
William H. Donovan.
Stephen Scott Dorff,
Thomas Dowd,
Kevin Christopher Dowdell,
Mary Yolanda Dowling,
Raymond Matthew Downey Sr.,
Frank Joseph Doyle,
Joseph Michael Doyle,
Randall L. Drake,
Patrick Joseph Driscoll,
Stephen Patrick Driscoll,
Charles A. Droz III,
Myrna A. Duarte,
Luke A. Dudek,
Christopher Michael Duffy,
Gerard J. Duffy,
Michael Joseph Duffy,
Thomas W. Duffy,
Antoinette Duger,
Jackie Sayeg Duggan,
Sariv Ducat,
Patrick Dunn,
Felicia Gale Dunn-Jones,
Christopher Joseph Dunn,
Richard Anthony Dunstan,
Patrick Thomas Dwyer,
Joseph Anthony Ikabachi,
John Bruce Eagleson,
Edward T. Earhart,
Robert Douglas Eaton,
Dean Philip Eberling,
Margaret Ruth Echterman,
and my younger brother, Robert Thomas Linane. Bob, as you are known to most of your vast circle of family and friends, you are missed and remembered. Your spirit lives on through your nieces and nephew. Keep an eye out for all of us down here. Thank you to everyone involved with this ceremony. Thank you to everyone tuning in at home. It's up to us to ensure everyone is remembered and to avoid this ever happening again.
and my cousin, Michelle Marie Reed. Michelle had a remarkable zest for life, always greeting each day with a smile that could light up any room. Her fearlessness in taking risks and embracing new challenges in life was truly inspiring. Not only was Michelle a hard worker, she was a dedicated individual who always placed family above all else, balancing her weekdays at Aeon on the 100th floor of the South Tower with weekends spent at her family's farm in upstate New York. She loved working on the farm and was known for blazing through trails on her four-wheeler with enthusiasm, always taking time to admire the forget-me-not flowers by the stream. Her unwavering commitment to her loved ones, never missing a family gathering or celebration, and her infectious smile will be cherished in our hearts forever. Michelle had a deep passion for photography, capturing the world's beauty and treasured moments through her lens. Her photographs continue to remind us of her unique perspective and the special times we shared. Michelle's family and friends think of her every day, each of us finding our own way to honor her legacy and celebrate the extraordinary life she lived. We love you always.
Paul Robert Ekna,
Constantine Economos,
Barbara G. Edwards,
Dennis Michael Edwards,
Michael Hardy Edwards,
Christine Egan,
Lisa Erin Egan,
Martin J. Egan Jr.,
Michael Egan,
Samantha Martin Egan,
Carol Eggert,
Lisa Karen Ehrlich,
John Ernst Eichler,
Eric Adam Eisenberg,
Daphne Frolinda Elder,
Michael J. Alferis,
Mark Joseph Ellis,
Valerie Silver Ellis,
Albert Alfie William Elmare,
Robert R. Elseth,
Edgar Hendricks Emery Jr.,
Doris Suk Yuen Eng,
Christopher Epps,
Ulf Ram Erickson,
Erwin L. Erker,
William John Irwin,
Sarah Ali Escarcega,
Jose Espinal,
Fanny Espinoza,
Billy Scoop Esposito,
Bridget Ann Esposito,
Francis Esposito,
Michael A. Esposito,
Ruben Esquilin Jr.,
Sadie Etty,
Barbara G. Etzold,
Eric Brian Evans,
Robert Edward Evans,
Meredith Emily June Ewart,
Catherine K. Fagan,
and my son, Paul Robert Eckner. Once again, we are reading the names of the innocent victims who lost their lives on this very, very sad day in America. And our son, Paul, you are our shining star and forever in our broken hearts.
And my grandfather, firefighter Robert James Crawford. As the years pass, I can't help but think of everything you should be here for, but in hindsight, I know you've been with us all along, giving us the strength to go on. Just know in everything we do it for you. We will never forget. God bless America.
Patricia Mary Fagan.
Ivan Krylos Barbos Barbosa.
Keith George Fairbairn.
Sandra Fajardo Smith.
Charles S. Falkenberg.
Dana Falkenberg.
Zoe Falkenberg.
Jamie L. Fallon.
William F. Fallon.
William Lawrence Fallon Jr.
Anthony J. Fallon Jr.
Doris Bridget Finelli.
Robert John Fangman.
FDNY John Joseph Fanning.
Kathleen Ann Farragher.
Thomas James Farino.
Nancy C. Dolazicki Farley.
Paige Marie Farley Hackle.
Elizabeth Ann Farmer.
Douglas John Farnham.
John Gerard Farrell.
John W. Farrell.
Terrence Patrick Farrell.
Joseph D. Farrelly.
Thomas Patrick Farrelly.
Syed Abdul Fath.
Christopher Edward Fawnin.
Wendy R. Faulkner.
Shannon Marie Faba.
Bernard D. Fazuzza.
Robert Fazio Jr.
Ronald Carl Fazio Sr.
William M. Feehan.
Francis Jude Feely.
Garth Aaron Feeney.
Sean Bernard Fegan.
Lee S. Felling.
Peter Adam Feidelberg.
Alan D. Feinberg.
Rosa Marie Feliciano.
And my brother, T.J. Hargrave, who, like all of your loved ones, was taken from us way too soon.
And my husband, FDNY Chief Gerard A. Barbara. My husband, Jerry, was a Navy veteran and a member of the FDNY for 31 years. On September 11, 2001, 2,977 innocent people were murdered by radical Islamic terrorists. My husband of 30 years was one of them. It is outrageous that our government would ever entertain the thought of granting the terrorists a plea deal. If not for the outcry of the 9/11 community, who knows what might have transpired. It has been 23 years and the families deserve justice and accountability. The elected officials here today show their respect and reverence to the families on September 11th, or in our president's words, do 9/11, quite a flippant remark. But please remember that the September 11th families live it every day, not just on the anniversary. In conclusion, may God bless those battling September 11th illnesses, our first responders, and the military here and abroad. May God bless America and never forget.
Edward P. Felt. Edward Thomas Fergus Jr. George J. Ferguson III. J. Joseph Ferguson. Henry Fernandez. Judy Hazel Centillion Fernandez. Julio Fernandez. Elisa Giselle Farina. Anne Marie Celerin Ferreira. Robert John Ferris. David Francis Ferrugio. Louis V. Forsini Jr. Michael David Ferrugio, Bradley James Fetchit, Jennifer Louise Fialco, Kristen Nicole Fido, Amelia V. Fields, Samuel Fields, Alexander Milan Filipov, Michael Bradley Finnegan, Timothy J. Finnerty, Michael C. Fiore, Stephen J. Fiorelli, Paul M. Fiore, John B. Fiorito, John R. Fisher, Andrew Fisher, Bennett Lawson Fisher, Gerald P. Fisher, John Roger Fisher, Thomas J. Fisher, Lucy A. Fishman, Ryan D. Fitzgerald, Thomas James Fitzpatrick, Richard P. Fitzsimmons, Salvatore Fiumefreddo, Darlene E. Flagg, Wilson F. Flagg, Christina Donovan Flannery, Eileen Fletcher, and my uncle John Gerard Monahan. We all love you so much. We all miss you. You're my hero. God bless America. And my uncle, firefighter Christopher Michael Mazzillo. Uncle Chris, though we've never met, I miss you more than words can explain. Everybody's always saying how much they miss you and wish you were still here. When I was younger, I was told that you were super brave, but standing up here today made me realize how much of a hero you actually are. I know that you're always right there beside us, keeping us strong whenever we need you. All of us notice the signs you send us, big and small, and they give us more reason to believe that you're with us. It's an honor to me to have the middle name that I do, Christine, named after you. I know that you're with me playing field hockey, and I'm so hugely grateful for that. As I follow your footsteps, hoping to become a firefighter just like you, I can't wait to become closer to you than ever. We all miss you so much. We love you.
Andre G. Fletcher,
Carl M. Flickinger,
Matthew M. Flocka,
John Joseph Florio,
Joseph Walken Flounders,
Carol Ann Fleizik,
David Fodor,
Michael N. Fodor,
Stephen Mark Fogel,
Thomas J. Foley,
Jane C. Folger,
David J. Fontana,
Chi Min Fu,
Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham,
Godwin Ford,
Donald A. Foreman,
Christopher Hugh Forsyth,
Claudia Alicia Foster,
Noel John Foster,
Sandra N. Foster,
Anna Fosteris,
Robert Joseph Foti,
Jeffrey Fox,
Virginia Elizabeth Fox,
Pauline Francis,
Virgin Lucy Francis,
Gary J. Frank,
Morton H. Frank,
Peter Christopher Frank,
Pauline L. Frazier,
Richard K. Fraser,
Kevin J. Frawley,
Clyde Frazier Jr.,
Lillian Inez Frederick,
Andrew Fredericks,
Tanitha Freeman,
Brett Owen Fryman,
Peter L. Freund,
Arlene Eva Freed,
Alan W. Friedlander,
my brother Richard Avery Aranet, who worked for the Port Authority for 20 years and inspired me to become a lawyer. We miss you every day. We love you very much. And we will never forget. We will get you and the other people who were murdered on 9/11 justice.
and my brother, Ronald J. Rubin. Continue to watch over us. We love you. We miss you. And God bless America.
Andrew Keith Friedman,
Paul J. Friedman,
Greg J. Froner,
Lisa Ann Frost,
Peter Christian Fry,
Clement A. Fumando,
Stephen Elliott Furman,
Paul James Framato,
Carlton Douglas B. Fife,
Frederick Neal Gabler,
Richard Peter Gabriel,
Richard S. Gabriel,
James Andrew Gadiel,
Pamela Lee Gaff,
Irvin Vincent Galliard,
Deanna Lynn Galante,
Grace Catherine Galante,
Anthony Edward Gallagher,
Daniel James Gallagher,
John Patrick Gallagher,
Lourdes J. Galetti,
Kono E. Gallo,
Vincent Galucci,
Thomas E. Galvin,
Giovanna Galetta Gambale,
Thomas Gambino Jr.,
Gian F. Gamboa,
Ronald L. Gamboa,
Peter James Gansey Jr.,
Michael Gann,
Charles William Garbarini,
Andrew Sonny Garcia,
Caesar R. Garcia,
David Garcia,
Jorge Luis Marone Garcia,
Juan Garcia,
Marlon Del Carmen Garcia,
Christopher Samuel Gardner,
Douglas Benjamin Gardner,
Harvey Joseph Gardner III,
and my nephew, Charles Francis Xavier Heron from Rockaway Beach, Queens. Charlie, you were only 23 years old when you were taken from us on 9/11. So on this 23rd anniversary, it means from now on you are in heaven longer than you were with us on earth, which is a very bittersweet feeling for our family. We miss and love you. Continue to watch over your family and friends, and especially our country right now. We really need to be watched over and been taken care of. Hug your mom for us. God bless America, and God bless New York City.
and my aunt Lucille Teresa King, and Local 1 IUEC hero Chuck Costello. Never forget.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner,
Thomas A. Gardner,
William Arthur Gardner,
Frank Garfey,
Rocco Nino Gargano,
James M. Gartenberg,
Matthew David Garvey,
Bruce Gary,
Boyd Allen Gatton,
Donald Richard Gavigan Jr.,
Peter Allen Gay,
Terrence D. Gazani,
Gary Paul Geidel,
Paul Hamilton Geyer,
Julie M. Geis,
Peter Gerard Gelinas,
Stephen Paul Geller,
Howard G. Gelling Jr.,
Peter Victor Jenko Jr.,
Stephen Gregory Genovese,
Elaine Gentle,
Linda M. George,
Edward F. Garrity,
Suzanne Garrity,
Ralph Gerhardt,
Robert Gerlich,
Dennis P. Germain,
Marina Romanova Gertzberg,
Susan M. Getzendana,
Lawrence D. Getchfred,
James G. Geyer,
Cortez Gee,
Joseph M. Giacone,
Vincent Francis Giamona,
Deborah Lynn Gibbon,
James Andrew Giverson,
Ronnie E. Geese,
Craig Neil Gibson,
and my father's dear friend, Bart. Though I never had the privilege of meeting you, Bart, I've heard of the incredible life you lived and the impact you made on those who knew you. I was robbed of the opportunity to have you be a part of my life. You would have been like an uncle to me, but your love for life continues to live on through the stories and memories shared. You will never be forgotten. We honor you today, and we will honor you always.
and my grandfather Richard J. and my grandfather, Richard J. O'Connor. We will always love and miss you.
Timothy Paul Gilbert. Paul Stewart Gilbay. Paul John Gill. Mark Y. Gillis. Evan Hunter Gillette. Ronald Lawrence Gilligan. Rodney C. Gillis. Laura Gilly. John F. Ginley. Donna Marie Giordano. Jeffrey John Giordano. John Giordano. Stephen A. Giorgetti. Martin Giovinazzo. Kumkum Girolamo. Salvatore Gito. Cynthia Giugliano. Mon John Balaj. Diane Gladstone. Keith Alexander Glasgow. Thomas Irwin Glasser. Edmund Glaser. Harry Glenn. Barry H. Glick. Jeremy Logan Glick. Stephen Glick. John T. Nazzo. William Robert Gottschalk. Michael Gallo Aramella. Brian F. Goldberg. Jeffrey G. Goldflam. Michelle Goldstein. Monica Goldstein. Stephen Ian Goldstein. Ronald F. Galinsky. Andrew H. Golkin. Dennis James Gomes. Enrique Antonio Gomez. Jose Benvenido Gomez. Manuel Gomez Jr. And my husband Peter Mutos. Thank you to all who keep us safe in the armed forces, and in remembrance of my husband's deceased father, Colonel Gus Mutos, survived by his wife, Lieutenant Colonel Lynette Mutos. And my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. Your boys were 6 months and 3 years old when you were murdered. You did a beautiful job, and you'd be very proud of them. And you only know what we're going through when it happens to you. Others have empathy. So let's all think about what's happening right now in other countries when barbarians are instilling terror in people. Let's not forget that. This is continuing. This has to stop.
Wilder Alfredo Gomez.
Janine Nicole Gonzalez.
Mauricio Gonzalez.
Rosa J. Gonzalez.
Lynn Catherine Goodchild.
Calvin Joseph Gooding.
Peter Morgan Goodrich.
Harry Goody.
Kiran Kumar Reddy Gopu.
Catherine C. Garayeb.
Lisa Fenn Gordenstein.
Corrine Gordon.
Sebastian Gorky.
Kieran Joseph Gorman.
Thomas Edward Gorman.
Michael Edward Gold.
O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould.
Douglas Allen Gawel.
Yugi Goya.
John Richard Grabowski.
Christopher Michael Grady.
Edwin J. Graff III,
David Martin Graffman,
Gilbert Franco Granados,
Lauren Katsuzi Grancolis and her unborn child,
Elvira Granito,
Winston Arthur Grant,
Christopher S. Gray,
Ian J. Gray,
FDNY firefighter James Michael Gray,
Tara McLeod Gray,
John M. Grazioso,
Timothy George Grazioso,
Derek Arthur Green,
Wade B. Green,
Wanda Anita Green,
Elaine Myra Greenberg,
Donald Freeman Green,
Gail R. Green,
James Arthur Greenleaf Jr.,
and my beautiful mother, Barbara P. Walsh. Mommy, we miss you. You became a great grandma this year, Mom. We miss your smile, your love, and your delicious meals. Please continue to watch over us. And to our presidents, Trump and Vice President Morris, we are pleading for your help, but you ignore us. Over the last year, we sent a signed pledge over 3,000 family members asking you to help us bring us justice and closure and hold Saudi Arabia accountable. Which one of you will have the courage to be our hero? We deserve better. God bless America.
and my godfather and uncle, Richard S. Gabriel. We will never forget you. You are still smiling down upon us, and we know it. I want to give a shout out, as I always do, to the first responders, especially to Battalion Chief Oreo Palmer and Fire Marshal Ronald Buca, who died trying to save my family and your family members' lives as well. To all first responders, to those who are still battling from 9/11 related illnesses, and many who've already lost their lives from it. And finally, I have sunflowers every year, not just because they remind me of my Uncle Richie, but because in a time of such profound darkness, they always look for the light. And I think we all need to look for the light. I know a lot of us are feeling very strong emotions, and it's a political time. This is not about politics. Thank you for having this service for our beloved family members. Thank you.
Eileen Marcia Greenstein,
Elizabeth Martin Gregg,
Denise Marie Gregory,
Donald H. Gregory,
John Michael Griffin,
Pedro Graham,
Joan Donna Griffith,
Tawana Sherry Griffin,
Ramon B. Grijalvo,
Warren Grifka,
David Joseph Grimner,
Joseph F. Grillo,
Linda Gronlund,
Francis Edward Grogan,
Joseph Grisilla,
Kenneth George Gonzalez,
Robert Joseph Gashar,
Matthew James Grismowski,
Cindy Yan Zhu Guan,
Li Ming Gu,
Joseph P. Gullickson,
Jose A. Guadalupe,
Douglas Brian Gorian,
Jeffrey E. Guja,
Philip T. Guza,
Babita Girjamati Guman,
Peter Mark Galamani,
Janet Ruth Gustafson,
Andrea Lynn Haberman,
Barbara Guzardo,
Philip Hensler,
Gary Robert Hay,
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty,
Barbara Mary Habib,
Mary Lou Haig,
Nizam A. Hafiz,
and my brother Barry Simowitz. Barry
Stephen,
oh, I'm sorry, go finish.
Stephen Michael Hoggis, David Halderman,
And my brother Barry Simowitz. After 21 years, we miss you. We love you. We think about you all the time. You're very hard to forget. God bless you, all the survivors, all the victims, and God bless America.
and my husband, Philip Hensler, who is truly a phenomenal person who's gone too soon, my best friend for life. I miss you more than words could ever express. My heart aches every day for you, and the loss has changed my life in many ways. I'll always miss and love you, my living angel, and God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
Miley Raquel Hale,
Diane Hale McKinsey,
Richard B. Hall,
Stanley R. Hall,
Vaswald George Hall,
Robert J. Halligan,
Vincent Gerard Halloran,
Carolyn B. Holman,
James Douglas Halvorsen,
Mohammed Salman Hamdani,
Felicia Hamilton,
Robert W. Hamilton,
Carl Max Hammond Jr.,
Frederick K. Hahn,
Christopher James Hanley,
Sean S. Hanley,
Valerie Joan Hanna,
Thomas Paul Hannafin,
Kevin James Hannaford Sr.,
Michael Lawrence Hannon,
Dana Ray Hannon,
Christine Lee Hansen,
Peter Burton Hansen,
Sue Kim Hansen,
Vasilios G. Haramis,
James A. Haran,
Gerald Francis Hardacre,
Jeffrey Pike Hardy,
T.J. Hargrave,
Daniel Edward Harlan,
Francis Harros,
Harvey L. Harrell,
Stephen G. Harrell,
Melissa Harrington Hughes,
Aisha Ann Harris,
Stuart D. Harris,
John Patrick Hart,
Eric Hartono,
John Clinton Hart,
Emmerich Harvey,
and my Aunt Margaret M. Seeliger, who, even though I miss the chance on meeting, inspires me every day to live up to her. You have brought our family together in so many ways, and we wish you were here celebrating your life with us. I am so proud to call you my aunt, and so proud to say I have reminded people of you from time to time. Our hero forever. I love you.
and FDNY Captain Brian Christopher Hickey of Rescue Company 4, Brothers in Battle. I want to remember the sacrifices of all those during the rescue, recovery, and rebuilding efforts. Those we've lost since, and those who continue to fight with their 9/11 illnesses every day. Because of the work you did here at this hallowed ground, it is because of you that I'm proud to be the son of a New York City fireman, proud to be a local 40 iron worker, and proud to be an American. Captain Hickey, we will never forget. The battle continues.
Peter Paul Hashim,
Thomas Theodore Haskell Jr.,
Timothy Sean Haskell,
Joseph John Hassan III,
Leonard W. Hatton Jr.,
Terrence S. Hatton,
Michael Helmut Hobb,
Timothy Aaron Haviland,
Donald G. Havilis Jr.,
Anthony Maurice Hawkins,
Norrico Hatuso,
James Edward Hayden,
Robert J. Hayes,
Philip T. Hayes,
W. Ward Haynes,
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn,
Michael K. Healy,
Roberta B. Heber,
Charles Francis Xavier Haran,
John F. Heffernan,
Michael M. Harrenberger,
Sheila M.S. Hine,
H. Joseph Heller Jr.,
Joanne L. Heltebridle,
Ronald John Hemingway,
Mark F. Hemscott,
Ronnie Lee Henderson,
Brian Hennessy,
Edward R. Hennessy Jr.,
Michelle Marie Henrique,
Joseph Patrick Henry,
William L. Henry Jr.,
Katrina Henry Robinson,
John Christopher Henwood,
Robert Allen Helprin,
Mary Herencia,
Lindsay C. Harkness III,
Harvey Robert Hermer,
Norberto Hernandez,
Raul Hernandez,
and my brother Rudolph Enrichio.
And my uncle Daryl Levon McKenney, also known as Uncle Pop. I had only spent my first 11 months with you. Now I'm turning 24 next month and pursuing my law school journey. I want to thank you for being our guardian angel. The family and I love you and we miss you.
Gary Harold,
Jeffrey Allen Hirsch,
Thomas J. Hitzel,
Leon Bernard Hayward, MC Sundance,
Brian Christopher Hickey,
Enemencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno,
Timothy Brian Higgins,
Robert D.W. Higley II,
Todd Russell Hill,
Clara Victorine Hines,
Neil O. Hins,
Mark Hindi,
Katsuyuki Hararai,
Heather Malia Ho,
Tara Yvette Hobbs,
Thomas Anderson Hobbs,
James J. Hobbin,
Robert Wayne Hobson III,
Dewan Hodges,
Ronald G. Horner,
Patrick A. Hoey,
John A. Hofer,
Marcia Hoffman,
Stephen Gerard Hoffman,
Frederick Joseph Hoffman,
Michelle L. Hoffman,
Judith Florence Hoff-Miller,
Wallace Cole Hogan Jr.,
Thomas Warner Holweck Jr.,
Jonathan Homan,
Cora Hadalago Holland,
John Holland,
Joseph F. Holland,
Jimmy I. Holly,
Elizabeth Holmes,
Thomas P. Holohan,
Herbert Wilson Homer,
Leroy W. Homer Jr.,
Bradley V. Horn,
James P. Hopper,
and my brother, Roland Pacheco. Bro, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of you. I miss you so much. Mom, Dad, Rob, Ronnie, your two sons, your nieces and nephew, miss you as well. May you continue to rest in peace. I love you to the day we meet again.
and to my cousin, Thomas Anthony Casoria, firefighter from Engine Company 22, to the nearly 3,000 people who died on 9/11, as well as the thousands who have died since from the diseases they developed, to our first responders who died trying to save lives on 9/11,
You are our heroes. Your memory is alive in our hearts, and your sacrifice is honored today and every day.
Montgomery McCullough Horde.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horaho Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horwitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Uhuru G. Houston.
Angela M. House.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Humada.
Marianne R. Hurichak.
Stephen Hutchcove Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Hulse.
John Nicholas Humber Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husa.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Hino.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Ionelli.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ealby.
Michael Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Ilkaneyev.
Frederick J. Ill Jr.
And my uncle, firefighter Salvatore Benedetto Calabro.
And my aunt Nancy Diaz. We miss you every passing day. There isn't a day where our family does not think about you. All I can say is that your daughter misses you very much, and we give out food in your name as you would do if you were in our position. We miss you every day, and God bless America.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz.
Anthony P. Alfonte Jr.
Louis S. Inglaterra.
Christopher Noble Ingracia.
Paul Inella.
Stephanie Veronica Ibery.
Douglas Jason Eargang.
Christian Irene Ryan.
Todd Antione Isaac.
Eric Hans in Bronston.
Taizo Ishikawa.
Wally Joseph in Skander.
Aram Iskandarian Jr.
John F. Eiskin.
Kashugi Ito.
Alexander Valovich in Stroff.
Lacey Bernard Ivory.
Virginia May Lomboski.
Brian C. Jack.
Brooke Alexander Jackman.
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs.
Arul Lewis Jacobs.
Jason Kyle Jacobs.
Michael G. Jacobs.
Stephen A. Jacobson.
Stephen D. Jacoby.
Ricknoth Jaggernaut.
Jake Dennis Gadova.
Udavir S. Jane.
Maria Quebec.
Robert Adrian Jalbert.
Ernest James.
Griselda E. James.
Mark Stephen Jardim.
Amy Nicole Jarrett.
Mamadou Javada.
Francois Jean Pierre.
Maximina Jean Pierre.
Paul Edward Jeffers.
John Charles Jenkins.
And my husband, Fire Safety Director Robert J. Mayo. I wish in some way you are viewing through my proud eyes to see our precious granddaughter who carries your name forward, and the light of our lives, our resilient, sweet son, along with the support of his beautiful, supportive wife, who has allowed his grief to subside in order to thrive, to be an incredible, loving husband and father. I miss you terribly. I'm proud of your service. You're my hero, and we must never forget.
And my sister Abigail Medina, which I always have the hope in meeting up again. And Abby, this is from your daughter, Enid. On 9/11, I lost my best friend. My mom was my guide emotionally, spiritually, and even just as a New York fashionista. Everything came so effortlessly to her, and I always admire that. Her words felt rich and meaningful. They kept an everlasting impression to instill on my three daughters, not only for me, but for all her family who got left behind. She was a light in our family that will never go out. Thank you.
Joseph Jenkins Jr., Alan Keith Jensen, Prem Nath Jarath, Farah Judy, Wadar Gian, Eliza Jimenez Jr., Luis Jimenez Jr., Charles Gregory John, Nicholas John, Dennis M. Johnson, Lashona Johnson, Scott Michael Johnson, William R. Johnston, Allison Hartzman Jones, Arthur Joseph Jones III, Brian Leander Jones, Charles Edward Jones, Christopher D. Jones, Donald T. Jones II, Donald W. Jones, Judith Lauder Jones, Linda Jones, Mary S. Jones, Andrew Brian Jordan the Senior, Robert Thomas Jordan, Albert Gunnis Joseph, Ingeborg Joseph, Carl Henry Joseph, Stephen Joseph, Jane Eileen Josiah, Anthony Jovic, Angel Al Warbay Jr., Karen Sue Juday, Ann C. Judge, Father Michael F. Judge, Paul Williams Jurgens, Thomas Edward Jurgens, Shashikiran Lakshmikanta Kadabba, Gavharoy Kamardanova, Sherry Candle, and my uncle, firefighter John G. Chipora, Engine 219. Uncle John, while I do not remember the 9 months I had with you, your accomplishments and personality have always been a constant in my life. When I see Boy Scouts, Marines, police officers, or firefighters, my thoughts go to you and your life of service. And above all, loyalty, I think of you and everything my father and aunts have told me about your dedication to our family. I have grown in the light of your memory, and it has made me a better person. I hold these thoughts close today, and I say a prayer for you, as well as the other victims and their families. May you and every victim of this tragic day always be honored and remembered. And my brother Anil Umarkar. Anil, today is your daughter Womika's first day of graduate school. Please give her your blessings and keep smiling on her. And my husband Ganesh K. Ladkat. Honey, I love you. I miss you. You'll be happy to know that I'm married now to a wonderful man who's a volunteer firefighter in our town, takes care of me every single day. I love you and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Howard Lee Kane.
Jennifer Lynn Kane.
Vincent D. Kane.
June Ku Kang.
Sheldon Robert Cantor.
Deborah H. Kaplan.
Robin Lynn Kaplan.
Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr.
Charles H. Kaczynski.
William A. Carnes.
Douglas Jean Karpoloff.
Charles L. Casper.
Andrew K. Cates.
John A. Katsimatidis.
Robert Michael Colfers.
Don Jerome Kauth Jr.
Hidayah Kawachi.
Edward T. Keene.
Richard M. Keene.
Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin.
Carol Ann Kiesler.
Barbara A. Keating.
Paul Hanlon Keating.
Leo Russell Keene III.
Brenda Kegler.
Chandler Raymond Keller.
Joseph John Keller.
Peter R. Kellerman.
Joseph P. Kellett.
Frederick H. Kelly III.
James Joseph Kelly.
Joseph A. Kelly.
Maurice P. Kelly.
Richard John Kelly Jr.
Thomas Michael Kelly.
Thomas Richard Kelly.
Thomas W. Kelly.
Timothy Colin Kelly.
William Hill Kelly Jr.
Robert Clinton Kennedy.
And my uncle, Ian Schneider, who I know would be so proud of his beautiful family, Cheryl, Sophie, Rachel, and Jake. We miss you in the good times and the bad, but most of the times the good, because you made everything that much better. Yo, dude.
And my father, Keith Coleman, and my uncle, Scott Coleman. Not a day goes by that we don't wish you were here and think about you. Thank you for leaving a legacy so strong that your memory lives on. Thank you to the first responders, the United States military, and those who continue to fight the war on terror every day. Please pray for those still suffering from the effects of 9/11 and the families left with a void. God bless America. United we stand.
Thomas J. Kennedy. Yvonne E. Kennedy. John Richard Keohane. Ralph Francis Kershaw. Ronald T. Kerwin. Howard L. Kestenbaum. Douglas D. Ketchum. Ruth Ellen Kettler. Boris Califf. Norma Cruz Khan. Sarah Khan. Tamor Faraz Khan. Rahesh Handawal. Seilai Ku. Michael Vernon Kiefer. Satoshi Kikuchihara. Andrew Jaehoon Kim. Lawrence Don Kim. Mary Jo Kimmelman. Heinrich Kimmig. Karen Ann Kincaid. Amy R. King. Andrew M. King. Lucille Teresa King. Robert King Jr. Lisa King Johnson. Brian K. Kinney. Takashi Kinoshita. Chris Michael Kirby. Robert Kirkpatrick. Howard Barry Kirschbaum. Glenn Davis Kerwin. Helen Crossan Kittle. Richard Joseph Claris. Peter Anton Klein. Alan David Kleinberg. Karen Joyce Klitzman. Ronald Philip Clofer. Stephen A. Knapp. Eugenie Niazaviv. And my grandfather, Edward Calderon. Papa, I never met you, but from the stories I've heard, I feel like you're my best friend. I felt your presence in many ways, from walking down the aisle with me for my 8th grade graduation to my first day of high school. You impacted many people, including myself. Whenever we speak of this dreadful tragedy in school, I always bring you up. I've learned many things about you. You're caring, funny, outgoing, and most importantly, a hero. I'm proud to say I spent all 14 years of my life looking up to you. I aspire to be just like you, an actor, singer, and dancer. I hope I made you proud in all my school plays, even though I know you're in the front row looking right at me. I love you always, and God bless America.
And my uncle Martín Morales en Puertecal. Tío Martín, han pasado 23 años sin tu presencia física, pero de nuestros corazones jamás has partido, y así seguirás por siempre. Gracias por ser nuestro ángel.
Andrew James Knox.
Thomas Patrick Knox.
Rebecca Lee Kabori.
Deborah A. Kobus.
Gary Edward Ketchler.
Frank J. Costner.
Ryan Cohart.
Vanessa Lynn Shabislo Kolpak.
Irina Kolpakova.
Suzanne Rose Kondratenko.
Abdullah Kone.
Bonsiok Ku.
Dorada Kopisitko.
Scott Michael Kopitko.
Bohan George Kastish.
Danielle Kasulis.
David P. Kovalsin.
John J. Kren.
William Edward Krukowski.
Ludmila Casido.
Toshia Kuge.
Shekhar Kumar.
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel.
Frederick Ku Jr.
Patricia A. Koras.
Nauka Kushatani.
Thomas Joseph Kuvaikis.
Victor Kwarkai.
Raymond Kui Phi Kwok.
Angela Reed Kite.
Andrew Lacorte.
Carol Ann LaPlante.
Jeffrey G. Latouche.
Catherine L. Labori.
Amarnath Lachman.
Ganesh K. Ladkit.
James Patrick Lodley.
Joseph A. LaFalce.
Jeanette Louise LaFond Mendocina.
David James LaForge.
And my husband, Brian Joseph Murphy. Although I miss you every day, I feel your presence wherever I may be. You taught me how to love fully with all of your heart and soul. You introduced me to unconditional loving as the true meaning of life. I am forever grateful for our time together, for our children, Jessica and Layla, and for your wonderful family whom I cherish. Thank you, New York, for continuing to honor the victims of 9/11 and for the privilege of reading their names.
And my father, Manuel Joao de Moda Jr. On my way here this morning, I thought how I woke up at the same time. I left the same house. I drove the same route. And I came to the same place my father came to 23 years ago. My father, Manuel, left this life suddenly, and he left this life too soon, before I had the opportunity to meet him. But this memorial and the people we lost on that horrible morning serve as a reminder to all of us to cherish what matters most: family. I love you, Dad, and not a day goes by where I don't think of you. Your wife, siblings, children, family, and friends all love and miss you very much. Thank you.
Michael Patrick Lafort.
Alan Charles LaFrance.
Juan Mendez Lafuente.
Neil Kwangwa Lai.
Vincent Anthony Leta.
William David Lake.
Franco Lalama.
Chow Kwan Lam.
Michael S. Lamama.
Stephen LaMancha.
Amy Hope Lansdorf.
Robert T. Lane.
Brendan Mark Lang.
Roseanne P. Lang.
Vanessa Lang Langer.
Mary Lou Langley.
Peter J. Langone.
Thomas Michael Langone.
Michelle Bernadette Lanza.
Ruth Sheila Lappin.
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee.
Robin Blair Larkey.
Judith Camilla LaRoque.
Christopher Randall Larrabee.
Hamadou S. Larry.
Scott Larson.
John Adam Larson.
Natalie Janice Lasden.
Gary Edward Lasco.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lazinski.
Charles A. Lorenzen.
Stephen James Laria.
Maria Lavash.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Laverde.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Lawn.
Robert A. Lawrence Jr.
Nathaniel Lawson.
And my wife, Arlene Ava Freed. We love you and will miss you forever. And you would be so proud of your daughters and grandchildren. We all love you. Thank you.
And my big brother, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Over the last 2 decades, Andrew, your 2 young sons have grown into fine young men with families of their own. You have 4 grandchildren that are absolutely beautiful. They are your legacy. You will live through them. We love you and we think of you every day. Every day is a gift. Let's all remember that. Thank you to local law enforcement, our military, our first responders, and our intelligence services that have kept us safe for these last 23 years. God bless the United States of America.
David W. Lachek.
Eugene Gabriel Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil J. Levy.
Robert G. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Leday.
Alan J. Liederman.
Elena F. Ledesma.
Alexis Leduc.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Dong Chul Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Yoon Jun Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Blair Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Green Lee.
Stuart Sue Jin Lee.
Richard Y. C. Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz.
Yang Der Lee.
Edward Joseph Lehman.
Adriana Legro.
David R. Reisman.
Eric Lehrfeld.
Joseph Anthony Lenahan.
David Prudencio Lamagne.
John Robinson Lenore.
John Joseph Lennon Jr.
Matthew G. Leonard.
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.
Charles A. Lesperance.
Michael Lepore,
John Dennis Levi,
Jeff Levin,
and my brother, firefighter Paul Hanley Keating. Paulie ran through the South Tower and walked into heaven. We miss him every day, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Alicia Karen Levin, and my uncle Charles Gregory Costello Jr. While many ran from the towers that morning, you ran inside to save others. You will always be missed. You will always be my hero. You will never be forgotten, and you will always be my amazing Uncle Chuck. We love you and we miss you so much.
Neil David Levin,
Robert Levine,
Robert Michael Levine,
Shai Levenhar,
Daniel M. Lewin,
Adam J. Lewis,
Jennifer Lewis,
Kenneth E. Lewis,
Margaret Susan Lewis,
Yi Wei Liang,
Orasri Liang Thanasarn,
Daniel F. Libretti,
Ralph Michael Lichardi,
Edward Lichtshine,
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen,
Stephen Barry Lilienthal,
Carlos R. Lilo,
Craig Damian Lelore,
Arnold Arboleda Lim,
Daria Lin,
Wei Rong Lin,
Nikki L. Lindo,
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.,
Robert Thomas Linane,
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.,
Diane Teresa Lepari,
Kenneth P. Lira Aravala,
Francisco Alberto Liriano,
Lorraine Lisi,
Paul Listen,
Vincent M. Lito,
Ming Hao Lu,
Nancy Liz,
Harold Liscano,
Martin Lazul,
George Andrew Janis,
Elizabeth C. Logler,
Catherine Lisa Luguidice,
Jerome Robert Lohez,
Michael William Lomax,
and my aunt, Larissa Ceylon Taylor. Everyone loves and misses you dearly, Auntie, and if our love could keep you alive, you would have lived forever.
and my uncle, Anthony Portillo. You've been reunited with Grandpa and Didzy. We thank you for the laughs that you shared with us, the love that you've given us, for everything. Please keep watching over the family. We miss you. We will always love you. To the members of Engine Company 226, the 6 members that we lost, may God bless you. God bless the company. God bless our friend and big brother, Peter Anthony Kyoto, that we lost to 9/11 related illness. And God bless our friend, our brother, Mark Anthony Batista. We love you. We miss you. Thank you.
Stephen V. Long,
Laura Maria Longing,
Salvatore P. Lopez,
Daniel Lopez,
George Lopez,
Luis Manuel Lopez,
Maclovio Lopez Jr.,
Manuel L. Lopez,
Joseph Lestrangelo,
Chet Deck Louis,
Stuart Side Lewis,
Joseph Lovero,
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe,
Jenny Sue Kwang Lo Wang,
Michael W. Lowe,
Gary W. Logier,
John P. Lozowski,
Charles Peter Lucania,
Edward Hobbs Luckett II,
Mark Gavin Ludvigsen,
Lee Charles Ludwig,
Sean Thomas Lugano,
Daniel Lugo,
Marie Lucas,
William Lum Jr.,
Michael P. London,
Christopher E. Lunder,
Anthony Luparello,
Gary Frederick Lutnick,
Linda Ann Luzicone,
Alexander Ligon,
C.C. Lyles,
Farrell Peter Lynch,
James Francis Lynch.
James T. Lynch, Jr.
Louise A. Lynch.
Michael Cameron Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Richard D. Lynch, Jr.
And my uncle, firefighter John G. Chapora. I wish I did not have to be reading your name today. I wish we could have shared birthdays, holidays, and celebrations together over the past 23 years. I wish your compassion and bravery could have saved everyone in the buildings. But what I do have is pride in your commitment and bravery to go into those buildings that day and save lives, especially your sister and my Aunt Nancy. I've heard endless stories of your contagious laughter and your gift for comforting others. Most importantly, I have your smile, and I will treasure that always.
Each name represents a story, a family, a life forever changed. We will remember them with deep respect and love, ensuring that their memory lives on and in our hearts. As we say each name, let us reflect on the courage, the kindness, and the spirit of those we lost. We carry their memory forward, and we honor their legacy today and always. I searched online for the names I've read today, and I heard for each and every one of us here. Wish we didn't have to be here. We don't agree on a lot of things, but we do agree that we don't want families to go through this terrorist, again, this hurt. My only brother, Ruben Esquilin Jr., my cousin, Jose Angel Martinez Jr., so hard to believe it's been 23 years. It still feels like yesterday. Ruben, I miss you. I miss your silly ways. You are Donnie and I'm Marie always, even though you never remember the lyrics. And Ruben, please continue to watch over the family, especially Mommy. We love you. We miss your beautiful smile forever in our hearts. Your baby sister Eileen, your sisters Priscilla and Mary, nephew Greg and niece Ruben named after you, and Ronaldo and Joey, your brother-in-laws. United we stand. God bless America.
Robert Henry Lynch, Jr.
Sean P. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Terrence M. Lynch.
Michael J. Lyons.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Naheeman Lyons IV.
Patrick John Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Mary Ann McFarland.
Jan Matsievsky.
Susan A. Mackey.
William Macko.
Catherine Fairfax McCrae.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Simon Madison.
Noel C. Myers.
Jenny Ann Maffeo.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles W. McGee.
Joseph V. McGiddy.
Ronald Magnuson.
Daniel L. Mayer.
Thomas A. Mahan.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Linda C. Mayer Grayling.
Takashi Makimoto.
Abdul Ali Malahi.
Deborah I. Maldonado.
Myrna T. Maldonado Augusto.
Alfred Russell Mailer.
Gregory James Malone.
Edward Francis Maloney III.
Joseph E. Maloney.
Jean Edward Malloy.
Christian H. Maltby.
Francisco Miguel Mancini.
And my uncle Richard Michael Caggiano. This is my second year of having the honor of reading the names of those we lost on this day. Although I never got a chance to meet my uncle, I've learned so much about the type of person he was. He loved sports, especially the Dallas Cowboys. He was a great friend, brother, son, and nephew. He had a dry sense of humor and a smile that could light up a room. I recently learned of a 911 call he made on the dreadful day, showing how brave he was even in his final moments. In your memory, I will continue reading the names for years to come. We love you, Uncle Richie, and you will always be in our hearts.
And my father, Paul Ortiz, Jr. 23 years have gone by since my family lost the brightest light they've ever known, and I'm so lucky to have the love from all of those who knew and loved you. There's so much I wish you were here for, but I know you've been by my side all along. Your memory lives within me, and I couldn't be prouder to be your daughter.
Joseph Mangano.
Sarah Elizabeth Manley.
Deborah A. Manetta.
Marion Victoria Manning.
Terrence John Manning.
James Maunice.
Alfred Giles Padre Joseph Marchand.
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.
Laura McCasey.
Hilda Marson.
Peter Edward Mardikian.
Edward Joseph Mardovich.
Charles Joseph Margiata.
Louis Neil Mariani.
Kenneth Joseph Marino.
Lester V. Marino.
Vita Marino.
Kevin D. Marlowe.
Jose Juan Marrero.
John Daniel Marshall.
Shelley A. Marshall.
James Martello.
Michael A. Marty.
Karen Ann Martin.
Peter C. Martin.
Teresa M. Martin.
William J. Martin, Jr.
Brian E. Martineau.
Betsy Martinez.
Edward J. Martinez.
Jose Hanel Martinez, Jr.
Robert Gabriel Martinez.
Waleska Martinez.
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon.
Paul Richard Martini.
Anne Marie Martino Kramer.
Joseph A. Mascali.
Bernard Mascarenas.
Stephen Frank Macy.
Ada L. Mason Acker.
And my brother George William Morell, who gave great joy to his family and friends and showed us the importance of kindness and generosity. And thank you, George, for your courage in the 1993 bombing. Your spirit is unforgettable. I love you.
And my brother, Daniel James Gallagher. 23 years ago, my 23-year-old brother went to work and never came home. Life is dimmer without you here, but your memory shines brightly on in our hearts. Thank you.
Nicholas George Massa.
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Masari.
Michael Massaroli.
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.
Rudy Mastriona Cinque.
Joseph Mathai.
Charles William Mathers.
William A. Matheson.
Marcella Matriciano.
Margaret Elaine Mattick.
Dean E. Matson.
Robert D. Matson.
Walter A. Matusa, Jr.
Timothy J. Maud.
Joe Morrow Campbell.
Charles A. Morrow Jr.
Charles J. Morrow.
Dorothy Morrow.
Nancy T. Morrow.
Robert J. Maxwell.
Renee A. May.
Tyrone May.
Keith Roy Marcellus Maynard.
Robert J. Mayo.
Kathy N. Mazza.
Edward Mazzella Jr.
Jennifer Lynn Mazzotta.
Kaara Mabaya.
James Joyce McClary Jr.
Brian Gerard McClesey.
Patricia Ann McKennedy.
Colin R. MacArthur.
John Kevin McAvoy.
Kenneth M. McBrayer.
Brendan F. McCabe.
Michael McCabe.
Thomas Joseph McCann.
Justin McCarthy.
Kevin M. McCarthy.
Michael Desmond McCarthy.
And my brother and friend, Dennis Michael Edwards. On his headstone, there's an inscription. There's a land between the living and the dead, and the bridge is love. You will always be remembered and always be loved.
My father, Walter A. Matuza Jr. Always remembered, never forgotten. We all love you. We miss you every day. And next year, I get to marry my best friend. Wish you got to meet her. Don't worry, I'll save you a seat in the front.
Robert G. McCarthy,
Stanley McCatskill,
Katie Marie McCloskey,
Juliana Valentine McCourt,
Ruth Magdalene McCourt,
Charles Austin McCran,
Tonielle F. McDay,
Matthew T. McDermott,
Joseph P. McDonald,
Brian Grady McDonald,
Michael P. McDonald,
John F. McDowell Jr.,
Eamon J. McEnany,
John Thomas McCarolyn Jr.,
Daniel Francis McKinley,
Mark Ryan McGinley,
William E. McGinn,
Thomas Henry McGinnis,
Michael Gregory McGinty,
Ann Walsh McGovern,
Scott Martin McGovern,
William J. McGovern,
Stacy Senes McGowan,
Francis Noel McGuinn,
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.,
Patrick J. McGuire,
Thomas M. McHale,
Keith David McHeffy,
Ann M. McHugh,
Dennis J. McHugh III,
Dennis P. McHugh,
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.,
Robert G. McIlvaine,
Donald James McIntyre,
Stephanie Marie McKenna,
Molly L. McKenzie,
Barry J. McKeon,
Evelyn C. McKinnedy,
Daryl Laren McKinney,
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.,
and to the eternal beauty that was my cousin, Janine Nicole Gonzalez. Your 28th birthday was only days away when this tragedy occurred, and I can't even fathom what your last thoughts could have been. Did you panic? Were you calm? I'm 29 years old now, and although I was only 6 years old at the time, one can never forget such a fiery and fierce spirit. Your energy was that of a bridge between other souls, as your presence was all that was needed to bring people together. You see, Janine worked at the insurance company in the South Tower on the 102nd floor, but she aspired to be an event planner, someone who could coordinate concerts for Latin and hip-hop bands. Her drive and passion still live on through myself and my family. I'm reminded today, as I look at all of you courageous people, that us New Yorkers are a force to be reckoned with. Despite our differences, we are able to find a common ground in our pain and our strength. There's a certain resilience that can only be found here in this melting pot, but maybe I'm a little biased. I'm sending you all healing energy. May our loved ones rest in love and light.
And my father, Police Officer Paul Talty, we love and miss you always.
Robert C. McLaughlin Jr., Gavin McMahon, Robert D. McMahon, Edmund M. McNally, Daniel Walker McNeil, Walter Arthur McNeil, Christine Sheila McNulty, Sean Peter McNulty, Robert William McPatton, Terrence A. McShane, Timothy Patrick McSweeney, Martin E. McWilliams, Rocco A. McDalia, Abigail Medina, Anna Eris Medina, Damian Meehan, William J. Meehan Jr., Aluk Kumar Mehta, Raymond Meisenheimer, Manuel Emilio Mahia, Escadar Malaku, Antonio Melendez, Mary P. Melendez, Christopher D. Mello, Yolanda Melnuchenko, Stuart Todd Meltzer, Diarelia Giovanna Mena, Dora Marie Menchaca, Charles R. Mendez, Lizette Mendoza, Siobhan Alicia Mentis, Wolfgang Peter Menzel, Steve John Mercado, Wilfredo Mercado, Wesley Mercer, Ralph Joseph Mercurio,
Alan Harvey Merdinger,
George L. Marino,
Amel Josefina Marino,
George Mercuris,
and my uncle James Patrick Leahy, NYPD Officer James Patrick Leahy of the 6th Precinct. What a true hero you were to run into the towers to save people in a time of distress, never hesitating even though it was your life that could not be saved. You will always be a hero and left a legacy never to be forgotten. It is an honor to commemorate my uncle along with all of the other individuals that lost their lives 23 years ago. Thank you, keep remembering, and continue to show kindness every day.
and my brother, New York State Court Officer Sergeant Mitchell Scott Wallace. We miss you terribly, and not a day goes by that we do not feel your presence. As the years go by, it does not get easier. Mom, Brian, Logan, Lindsay, our entire family and friends that knew you were blessed to have you as their guardian angel and inspiration. There are so many new faces in the family now, and I only wish they could hear your crazy, wicked sense of humor or watch you react with compassion and strength when someone needs help, which was precisely what you were doing on 9/11. As this morning shows, the world will never forget you or any of the victims that day. I hope that wherever life took you 23 years ago is a better place, a place where you are with Dad, and a place where we will meet again. God bless all the victims and their families.
Deborah Merrick,
Raymond Joseph Metz III,
Jill Ann Metzler,
David Robert Meyer,
Narul Nia,
William Edward Michiuli,
Martin Paul Michaelstein,
Patricia E. Mickley,
Ronald D. Nilam,
Peter Teague Milano,
Gregory Milanowicz,
Lukasz Tomasz Milewski,
Sharon Christina Milan,
Corey Peter Miller,
Craig J. Miller,
Douglas C. Miller,
Henry Alfred Miller Jr.,
Joel Miller,
Michael Matthew Miller,
Nicole Carol Miller,
Philip D. Miller,
Robert Allen Miller,
Robert Cromwell Miller Jr.,
Benny Millman,
Charles M. Mills Jr.,
Ronald Keith Milstein,
Robert Minara,
William George Minardi,
Louis Joseph Minervino,
Thomas Mingione,
Wilbert Marai,
Dominic N. Merkovich,
Rajesh Arjan Mirpuri,
Joseph D. Mistruli,
Susan J. Mishkovich,
Paul Thomas Mitchell,
Richard P. Muccio,
Jeffrey Peter Mladnick,
Frank V. Mochia Sr.,
Louis Joseph Modafferi,
and my dad, Arkady Zaltzman. Two major things, Dad. This past year, I became a mom for the first time. It's been the biggest blessing of my life. Our daughter, Adeline, is named after you. Wish you could be here to be her grandpa. Second thing, even though we come from a family of Russian immigrants, you were always such a proud New Yorker and such a proud American. And when you were an architect, you promised to build us a home and that it would have an American flag waving from it. So I promise you, when I have my own home, we'll definitely put an American flag in your honor. Love you so much. Wish you could have been here for all of us.
And my husband, Stephen J. Weinberg. Stephen, it's almost impossible to comprehend how many years have passed without you with us. Our children aren't children anymore. We have a son who's now a husband, a son living his dream in Los Angeles, and your daughter is approaching 10 years with the New York Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in New York. Stephen, you will be forever missed and always remembered as a devoted and loving husband, father, son, son-in-law, brother, brother-in-law, uncle, and especially special friend you were to many. We are all grateful you were with us for far too short a time. Your legacy lives on in all of us. Keep watching over us as you eat chocolate-covered pretzels, and we will continue to make you proud.
Boy Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel D. Mojica Jr.
Claybear Rolando Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Molina.
Carl Molinaro.
Justin John Molisani Jr.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montesi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Monyak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna V. Murthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Populo.
Gerard P. Moran Jr.
John Christopher Moran.
John Michael Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George William Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Vincent S. Morello.
Yvette Nicole Moreno.
Dorothy Morgan.
Richard J. Morgan.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Shanae Maury.
Blanca Robertina Morocho.
Leonel Geronimo Morocho.
Dennis Gerard Maroney.
And my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
And my brother, Bernard Petronico. Bernard, we still feel the pain of your devastating loss, and we feel your presence in our growing family, in our grandchildren, and in the upcoming weddings of your nephews. We love you, we miss you so much, and you will be forever alive in our hearts. We will never forget you.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa V. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moscal.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Modis Wilson.
Yuri A. Machinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mozillo.
Stephen Vincent Muldery.
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen,
James Donald Munhall,
Nancy Muniz,
Francisco Hilario Munoz,
Carlos Mario Munoz,
Teresa Munson,
Robert Michael Muroc,
Cesar Augusto Murillo,
Mark A. Marolo,
Brian Joseph Murphy,
Charles Anthony Murphy,
Christopher W. Murphy,
Edward Charles Murphy,
James F. Murphy IV,
James Thomas Murphy,
Kevin James Murphy,
Patrick Jude Murphy,
Patrick Sean Murphy,
Raymond E. Murphy,
and my father, Alexander Ortiz. I want to thank everyone in attendance today, and especially for the opportunity to be here today, and it's an honor and a privilege. I am happy to remember my dad as a hero and a brave man. Love and peace to all, and God bless America.
and my mom, Susan Marie Klein. We love you and miss you every day.
Robert Eddie Murphy, Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Ray.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Robert E. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Naiman.
Takamoya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone Jr.
Monica K. Narella.
Sean M. Nasani.
Narendra Myth.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph M. Navas.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Glenroy I. Neblett.
Raymond Marcus Neblett.
Jerome D. Ned.
Lawrence F. Nadell.
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron.
Lori Ann Niera.
Ann N. Nelson.
David William Nelson.
Ginger Risco Nelson.
James A. Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson.
Peter Allen Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Gerard Terrence Nevins.
Renee Traytalt Newell.
Christopher C. Newton.
Christopher Newton Carter.
Nancy Uringo.
And my cousin, Craig Damian Lalore. This anniversary, I am nearly the same age my cousin was when he passed away 23 years ago. 30. In reflection of that somber fact, I came across Psalm 34:14. Turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. So how do I and we as a country do good 23 years later to honor them? Today, it seems everyone knows the name of the next star athlete, entertainer, public figure, and can name the next can't-miss consumer product. But we all made a promise to never forget. So I invite the country and the world to please become more knowledgeable of our loved ones' names. Learn who they were, what they stood for, and what they were robbed of. Let's speak more of the names and the legacies of the victims of 9/11, not just on the anniversary. That is one of the many ways we as a nation can do good in spite of the evil from that day. May God bless my cousin, may God bless your loved ones, and may God bless the United States of America.
And my brother, Thomas Patrick Knox. I lost my brother, Thomas Patrick Knox, on 9/11. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. On behalf of Tommy's wonderful wife, Nancy, and my parents and siblings, and our extended family and countless friends, we all hold you close to our hearts forever. And we love you all the way over the universe, Tommy. God bless America.
Kang Nagak Nagoyan.
Jody Tepedino Nucella.
Kathleen Ann Nikosha.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Nested Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McCary Novak.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noth.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Brian Christopher Novotny.
Soichi Numata.
Brian Nunez.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Scott J. O'Brien.
Dennis James O'Connor Jr.
Daniel O'Callahan.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard J. O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Monty Pont O'Doherty.
Douglas E. Elschlager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my cousin, Stephen J. Fiorelli. Steve, words could never express how much you are missed and loved.
And my cousin, Howard G. Gelling, Jr. On the day he was born, my family was forever changed. On the day he was taken, our country was forever changed. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. And if I could say one thing, divided, we are Americans. United, we are American. God bless you all.
Philip Paul Ognebeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Otis.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Taub Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill, Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill.
Betty Ann Ong.
Michael C. Opperman.
Christopher T. Orgilowitz.
Margaret Quinn Orlowski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ruben S. Ornado.
Kevin M. O'Rourke.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Keith Ortelli.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane Marie Orth.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Pete Ortiz.
Pablo Ortiz.
And my brother, Donald Walter Robertson Jr. Donnie, this day never gets any easier. Words can never express how much you are loved and missed. Your legacy and your spirit lives on through your family and friends, especially your 4 amazing children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, and Kevin. And now, your beautiful granddaughter, baby Ella. Donnie, we always keep your memory alive by doing good through your Team Shamrock and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We hope we make you proud. We choose to remember how you lived, so large, so full of life, so kind, so generous, rather than how you left us. This anniversary is not only a moment to honor those we lost, but is a reminder to all of you how far we've come and how resilient we are as a nation. This is a statement how grief and pain of that fateful day can turn it into a source of strength and purpose, and how we can take this unforgettable tragedy and turn this into this beautiful tribute. We vow to never forget those 2,977 souls who left us that day. I love you, Donnie. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
And my mother, Sarah Khan. Mom, there are no words to express my gratitude for the love and guidance you've bestowed upon me. Even in death, your spirit lives on in my heart, guiding me through life's challenges. I hold you dearly in my heart and cherish our memories together. Your beautiful smile and soul will forever live on through us.
Paul Ortiz Jr.,
Sonia Ortiz,
Masaru Osei,
Patrick J. O'Shea,
Robert William O'Shea,
Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva,
James R. Ostrowski,
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan,
Jason Douglas Oswald,
Michael John Otten,
Isidro D. Ottenwalder,
Michael Shung U,
Todd Joseph Oida,
Jesus Ovales,
Peter J. Owens Jr.,
Arianes Oyola,
Angel M. Pabon Jr.,
Israel Pabon Jr.,
Roland Pacheco,
Michael Benjamin Packer,
Diana B. Padro,
Deepa Pakala,
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo,
Thomas Palazzo,
Richard A. Palazzolo,
Oreo Joseph Palmer,
Frank Anthony Palumbo,
Alan N. Palumbo,
Christopher Matthew Panettiere,
Dominique Lisa Pandolfo,
Jonas Martin Panic,
Paul J. Pansini,
John M. Paolillo,
Edward Joseph Papa,
Salvatore T. Papasso,
James Nicholas Papa George,
Marie Papalardo,
Vinod Kumar Parakat,
Vijay Yashankar Paramsothi,
Nitin Ramesh Parankar,
and my sister Gabriela Silvina Weissman. My family remembers my sister Gabby today as we do so on so many different times throughout the year. One of my biggest sorrows in life is knowing that my kids missed out on having a wonderful, one-of-a-kind aunt in their lives. We keep Gabby's memory alive by telling stories, remembering her infectious laugh, her great sense of humor, and her willingness to help others as she did on 9/11/2001 by volunteering to be here. My parents came to this ceremony every year since it was started until they no longer could. In February, we lost my father, and he always said we must continue to come here every year and bear witness to the names of those lost so that the world will always remember.
Hearing the names here every year is just a small way to do that. So we will continue to come here every year to honor those lost. My never-ending gratitude to all of the first responders who sacrificed their own lives to save others on that day. Thank you also to the members of our armed forces and our wounded warriors for their sacrifices and for continuing to fight for our country and to protect us all. Please remember them and support them as well.
And my Titi, Giovanna Porras. Titi, we all love and miss you. We know you're with us every single day. We ask to continue to watch over us, especially Grandma and Grandpa and your niece Ava. Today is a sad day, but I'm also very proud to be here every single year just to see how strong we continue to be and never forget. And also, it makes me proud to be a New Yorker because I know despite us being here and everything happened to us this day 23 years ago, we never gave up and we'll never forget.
Pardai Parbu, James Weldon Parham, Deborah Marie Paris, George Paris, Guy Young Park, Philip Lacey Parker, Michael Elaine Parks, Robert E. Parks Jr., Hashmukh C. Parmar, Robert Paro, Diane Marie Parsons, Leobardo Lopez Pascual, Michael J. Pascuma Jr., Gerald Hughes Paskins, Horace Robert Passananti, Suzanne H. Passaro, Avnish Ramanbai Patel, Deepti Patel, Manish Patel, Stephen Bennett Patterson, James Matthew Patrick, Manuel D. Petrosino, Bernard E. Patterson, Clifford L. Patterson Jr., Sarah Marie Patty, Robert E. Pattison, James Robert Paul, Patrice Paz, Victor Hugo Paz, Stacy Lynn Peak, Richard Allen Perlman, Durrell V. Pearsall Jr., Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli, Thomas Petticini, Todd Douglas Polino, Mike Adrian Pelletier, Anthony G. Peluso, Angel R. Pena, Robert Penninger, Richard Al Penny, and my brother, Francis Jude Feely. Like so many of the families, we could not allow this tragedy to remain a negative in the course of our family's lives. So we established a charity in his name, the Francis J. Feely Charitable Fund. What else would you call it? Check us out on Facebook. We help the most vulnerable members of our community in the Middletown, New York area. I would like to thank all the people who have volunteered over the years for our fundraisers, and of course all of those who have contributed over the years, especially Cugino's Pizzeria and Dogwood Acres Farm. I am so grateful for all of you, and thank you all so much for helping us to keep my brother's memory alive and allow good to come out of this horrible tragedy. And my uncle, Carlos S. DaCosta. Theo, as a civilian, you saved so many lives. Your memory, your bravery, and everything you stood for inspires us every day. We love you, we miss you, and you will forever be our hero, and I will forever be holding your hand.
Salvatore F. Pepe,
Carl Allen B. Palacha,
Robert David Peraza,
John A. Procanti Jr.,
Alejo Perez,
Anthony Perez,
Angela Susan Perez,
Nancy E. Perez,
Ivan Antonio Perez,
Joseph John Perconcino,
Barry Berenson Perkins,
Imelda H. Perry,
Edward J. Parada,
John William Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
Danny Pesci,
Franklin Allen Pership,
Davin N. Peterson,
Michael John Pescherine,
Jean Hoadley Peterson,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Mark James Petrocelli,
William Russell Peterson,
Glenn Karen Pettit,
Philip Scott Petty,
Kayleen Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Dominic A. Pizzullo,
Tu An Pham,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Gianni Ann Phillip,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Joseph O. Pick,
Matthew Paserno,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas P. Petrucci,
and my cousin, firefighter Michael Edward Roberts. Engine 214, you were taken from us way too soon. There isn't a day that goes by where we don't think of you. Our forever hero, we love and miss you so much. We will never forget, and we will always keep the memory of those who we lost alive.
And my son, Norman Scott Asenath. We miss you every day, and you will never be forgotten.
Theodoros Pigas,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert L. Ploger III,
Zandra F. Plazier,
Joseph Politano,
John M. Pocher,
William Howard Holman,
Lawrence Michael Pollage,
Thomas Polemos,
Steve Policino,
Susan Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Iowas Poteen,
Giovanna Porras,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Patorti,
Daphne Politoos,
Richard N. Polis,
Stephen Emmanuel Polis,
Brandon Jerome Powell,
Scott Allen Powell,
Sean Edward Powell,
Antonio Dorsey Pratt,
Gregory M. Preziose,
Wanda Evelise Prince,
Vincent A. Princiota,
Kevin M. Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Projan,
David Lee Prume,
Richard A. Prunty,
John Foster Puckett,
Robert David Police,
Edward F. Poulos,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Jack D. Punches,
Hemeth Kumar Putor,
and my brother, Robert Cromwell Miller Jr. Bobby, we love and miss you so much. And my brother, like so many others, has beautiful grandchildren that he never had the opportunity to know and to love. Thousands of families were ripped apart that day, the largest attack in U.S. history. So another clear message to our leaders: no plea deal with the animal that masterminded this painful tragedy. We want justice.
and who I miss terribly, my handsome, sweet hero brother, Sal Edward Thierry Jr., who was a managing director for Marsh & McLennan. Sal worked uptown, in Midtown, at that office, and was assigned that fateful day to the Trade Center to attend a meeting for a colleague who couldn't attend. Close to 3,000 victims were murdered on September 11th, and all they were doing was going to work to provide for their respective families. It has been 23 years since this horrific tragedy, and in my strongest possible voice, as a retired principal, who I have a strong possible voice, I am demanding that the federal government, the government agencies who still remain to stay, and their respective lawmakers designate this day, September 11th, as a day of atonement, recognition, remembrance, and reflection of all the souls lost. God bless my dear brother, all the victims, and their respective families. May God bless America, and united we all stand.
Joseph J. Picure, Jr.,
Edward R. Pycon,
Christopher Quackenbush,
Lars Peter Qualben,
Lincoln Quapp,
Beth Ann Quigley,
Patrick J. Quigley IV,
Michael T. Quilty,
James Francis Quinn,
Ricardo J. Quinn,
Carol Millicent Rabelais,
Christopher Peter Anthony Racaniello,
Leonard J. Regalia,
Eugene J. Raggio,
Laura Marie Raganese Sink,
Michael Paul Ragusa,
Peter Frank Raimondi,
Harry A. Rains,
Lisa J. Rains,
Etesham Raja,
Valsa Raju,
Edward J. Rawl,
Lucas Rambusek,
Maria Ramirez,
Harry Ramos,
Vishnu Ramsarup,
Deborah H. Ramsauer,
Lorenzo E. Ramsey,
Alfred Todd Renke,
Adam David Rand,
Jonathan C. Randall,
Shreyas S. Ranganath,
Ann T. Ransom,
Faina Rappaport,
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen,
Robert A. Rasmussen,
Aminia Rasul,
R. Mark Rossweiler,
Marsha D. Ratchford,
David Allen James Rathke,
and my uncle, NYPD, ESU, Truck 7 police officer, Santos Valentin Jr., and his partner, Ronald Klopfer. You guys are amazing. You're forever our heroes. Your families miss you every day. We will always remember you. We will always honor you. And your sacrifice will never go unnoticed till we meet again.
First, I want to take a moment to honor Martin Giovinazzo, the uncle of my coworker Lisa. He was a maintenance mechanic for Marsh & McLennan in the North Tower. Out of respect for him and his family, I want to acknowledge his memory today. He is deeply missed, and we remember him with gratitude. And my father, Edward Frank Pullis. He worked for Aon in the South Tower on the 101st floor. I recently learned that on that day, he made sure everyone on his floor got out safely, but when the PA system announced it was safer to return, my dad went back up. That's just who he was, someone who put others before himself even in the most difficult moments. I was only 7 when he passed, but the memories I have are still so vivid. I remember playing video games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro on our PlayStation 1 together. We would also watch TV, shows like Rugrats, Blue's Clues, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He'd make us mac and cheese on the weekends when my mom was working, and he always made sure we felt safe with bedtime stories. Those small everyday moments are the ones that have stayed with me the most. My dad was never a slacker. He lived with strength and earned respect in everything he did, whether at work, with his family, or just taking care of himself. I tend take care of himself. I tend to slack around this time of year with the gym, my diet, and staying focused, but I know my dad wouldn't let me get away with that. He always pushed me to do better, and I won't let him down. Dad, I miss you every day. I'll keep pushing, just like you always did. You taught me strength, respect, and the importance of showing up for the people you love, and I carry that with me. Before I finish, I want to say a special happy birthday to my mom, who is here today. Mom, I love you. I know Daddy would be so proud of the way you've carried us through this journey. Happy birthday.
William Ralph Robb.
Gerard F. Rousey.
Alexei Razuvayev.
Gregory Rita.
Sarah Ann Redheffer.
Michelle Marie Reed.
Judith Ann Reese.
Donald J. Regan.
Robert M. Regan.
Thomas Michael Regan.
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard.
Howard Reich.
Greg Reedy.
James Brian Riley.
Kevin O. Riley.
Timothy E. Riley.
Joseph Rena Jr.
Thomas Barnes Reinig.
Frank Bennett Reisman.
Joshua Scott Reese.
Karen Renda.
John Armand Rio.
Richard Cyril Rescorla.
John Thomas Resta.
Sylvia Sampio Resta.
Martha M. Reski.
David E. Reddick.
Todd H. Rubin.
Luis Claudoaldo Ravil Mayer.
Eduvigus Reyes Jr.
Bruce Albert Reynolds.
John Frederick Rhodes.
Francis Saverio Riccadelli.
Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Riccoboni.
David Harlow Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
Cecilia E. Richard.
Vernon Allen Richard.
And my uncles, Emmerich Harvey and Robert T. Twomey, and family friends, Kathy Maza and Edward Shunk. Thank you.
And my cousin, Sergeant Robert Jim Bob Coffers of the Port Authority Police Department. Bobby, your grandsons are getting so big now. You have 2 great nieces now. I can't believe it's been 23 years since you were taken from us, and the pain is just as raw as it was the day it happened. I pray that our leaders will never let another 9/11 happen again. I miss and love you, Bobby.
Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Vanessa Orentia Richards.
Jimmy Riches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Rimmel III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Ravelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaias Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Ivelisse Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul V. Rizza.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Lewis Roach.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael E. Roberts.
Michael Edward Roberts,
Donald Walter Robertson Jr.,
Jeffrey Robinson,
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham,
Donald Arthur Robson,
Antonio A. Rocha,
Raymond James Rocha,
Laura Rockefeller,
John Michael Rodak,
Antonio Jose Rodriguez,
Anthony Rodriguez,
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez,
Gregory E. Rodriguez,
Marcia A. Rodriguez,
Mayra Valdez Rodriguez,
Richard Rodriguez,
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas,
and my cousin, Michael A. Marty. This is the first anniversary that Michael's mother and my aunt, Rosalie Marty, is also no longer with us. Michael, I'm so glad that after 23 years, you guys are finally reunited. For the rest of us down here, just know that we miss you, we love you, we remember you every single day, and we will never ever forget.
and my wife, Catherine Susan Wolf. 13 wonderful years. When I look back, I say, wow, even though I lost her, 13 wonderful years. It's so good to feel good about what I had rather than to feel bad about what I lost. She was wonderful, and I'd also like to say thank you. Thank you to all the people starting here and all the people who have made this place we are here now happen. From the very top, Michael Bloomberg, to the people that clean the concrete and marble late at night. Thank you to our governments, the city government, the state government, the federal government. The first year I read was the first anniversary, and my God, is it different now. It is a wonderful, wonderful place to remember our loved ones, the promises that have been kept, and of course, our own national security, which we need very badly. Thank you for everybody.
Matthew Rogan, Jean Desterhan Roger, Carly Rogers, Scott William Ronner, Keith Michael Roma, Joseph M. Romanolo, Efrain Romero Sr., Elvin Romero, James A. Ramito, Sean Paul Rooney, Eric Thomas Rapito, Aida Rosario, Angelina Rosario, Mark H. Rosen, Brooke David Rosenbaum, Linda Rosenbaum, Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum, Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg, Mark Louis Rosenberg, Andrew Ira Rosenblum, Joshua M. Rosenblum, Joshua Allen Rosenthal, Richard David Rosenthal, Philip Martin Rosenzweig, Danielle Rossetti, Richard Barry Ross, Norman N. Rossinow, Nicholas P. Rosamondo, Michael Craig Rothberg, Donna Marie Rothenberg, Mark David Rothenberg, James Michael Rue, Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe, Edward V. Rowenhorst, Judy Rowlett, Timothy Allen Roy Sr., Paul G. Ruback, Ronald J. Rubin, Joanne Rubino, David M. Ruddle, and my brother, Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe. Losing Nicholas left a hole in our family that can never be replaced. My mom and dad are now with him, and they took with them their memories of Nick and their heartache. And my uncle,
Colonel Charles Edward Jones, who served this country proudly with the United States Air Force and was on that first plane, lost his life along with all of the innocent others. He will never be forgotten, always remembered. His life and legacy will continue.
Bart Joseph Ruggieri.
Susan A. Ruggiero.
Adam Keith Rualter.
Gilbert Ruiz.
Robert E. Russell.
Stephen P. Russell.
Stephen Harris Rustin.
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.
Wayne Allen Russo.
William R. Ruth.
Edward Ryan.
John Joseph Ryan.
Jonathan Stephen Ryan.
Matthew L. Ryan.
Tatiana Rishova.
Christina Sunga Diuk.
Thierry Sada.
Jason Elazar Sabag.
Thomas E. Sabella.
Scott H. Saber.
Charles E. Sabin Sr.
Joseph Francis Sacerdote.
Jessica Lee Sachs.
Francis John Sedocha.
Jude Elias Safi.
Brock Joel Safronoff.
Edward Saya.
John Patrick Salomon.
Marjorie E. Solomon.
Hernando Rafael Salas.
Juan G. Salas.
Esmerlin Antonio Salcido.
John Pepe Salerno.
Rama Salih and her unborn child.
Richard L. Salinardi, Jr.
Wayne John Salomon.
Norbert Solomon.
Catherine Patricia Salter.
Frank G. Salvatierra.
Paul Richard Salvio.
And my uncle, Christopher William Woodencheck. Chris was one of the best persons I've ever known. He was a great father, husband, brother, uncle, and friend. It's hard to believe it's 23 years now, especially for his 5 children. He was 35 when he passed, and it was way too soon. His children hardly knew him. Today, I want to thank everybody who still comes here and watches this ceremony. Without you, this wouldn't be here still. I want to thank everybody who puts this together and works behind the scenes. This would never flow as smoothly as it does. Thank you. To our military, of course, and our first responders as well. Thank you very much, and God bless America.
And my brother, Jayesh Shantilal Shah. Jayesh, though you are no longer with us, your legacy of love, joy, and dedication continue to live on in the hearts of all of us you touched. Your spirit and the memories you've left behind will forever be a source of comfort and inspiration to Jyoti, Nikita, Sonia, Kevin, Darshi, Giovanni, Zubin, and all of our friends and families. Thank you, New York. Thank you, FDNY, and all first responders, and God bless America.
Samuel Robert Salvo, Jr.
Carlos Alberto Samiago.
John P. Sammartino.
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.
Michael San Philip.
Hugo M. Sine.
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez.
Jesus Sanchez.
Raymond Sanchez.
Eric M. Sand.
Stacy Leah Sanders.
Herman S. Sandler.
Jim Sands Jr.
Aileen J. Santiago.
Kirsten Reese Santiago.
Maria Teresa Conception Santillan.
Susan Gail Santo.
Christopher A. Santora.
John August Santore.
Mario L. Santoro.
Rafael Umberto Santos.
Rufino C.F. Santos III.
Victor J. Saracini.
Kalyan Sakar.
Chappelle Rene Stewart Sarker.
Paul F. Sarl.
Deepika Kumar Sataliri.
Gregory Thomas Sacedo.
Susan M. Sauer.
Anthony Savas.
Vladimir Savikin.
John Michael Sabarbaro.
David M. Scales.
Robert Louis Scandal.
Michelle Scarpita.
Dennis Scousa.
John Albert Sharp.
John G. Sharp.
Fred C. Sheffield Jr.
Angela Susan Scheinberg.
Scott Mitchell Schertzer.
Sean Shelkey.
Stephen Francis Schlegel.
Robert A. Schlegel.
John Schliesel.
Karen Helene Schmidt.
Ian Schneider.
Thomas G. Scholes.
Frank G. Schott Jr.
Gerard Patrick Schrang.
Jeffrey H. Schreier.
John T. Schrader.
Susan Lee Laspa Schuler.
Edward W. Shunk.
Mark Evan Schumeyer.
John Burkhart Schwartz.
Mark Schwartz.
Adrian Victoria Sabetta.
Raphael Skorka.
And my uncle, Christopher Paul Slattery. Even though we never got to meet, I love you and I will never forget you.
And to my uncles, Robert W. Spear Jr. and Timothy Haviland, we love you and miss you. God bless America.
Janice M. Scott.
Randolph Scott.
Christopher J. Scudder.
Arthur Warren Scullin.
Michael H. Seaman.
Margaret M. Seeliger.
Anthony Segara.
Carlos Segara.
Jason M. Sexer.
Matthew Carmen Salito.
Michael L. Selvis.
Howard Selwyn.
Larry John Senko.
Arturo Angelo Sereno.
Frankie Serrano.
Marion H. Serva.
Alana Sesanova.
Adele Christine Sessa.
Sita Namala Sunareen.
Karen Lynn Seymour.
Davis Greer Senza Jr.
Thomas Joseph Scroy.
Jayesh Shantalal Shah.
Khalid M. Shahid.
Mohammed Shahjahan.
Gary Shimei.
Earl Richard Shanahan.
Dan F. Shanauer.
Neil G. Shastri.
Catherine Ann Shatzoff.
Barbara A. Shaw.
Jeffrey James Shaw.
Robert John Shea Jr.
Daniel James Shea.
Joseph Patrick Shea.
Kathleen Shearer.
Robert M. Shearer.
Linda June Sheehan.
Hagay Sheffy.
Antoinette M. Sherman.
John Anthony Sherry.
Atsushi Shiratori.
Thomas Joseph Schubert.
Mark Schulman.
C. Wang Shum.
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein.
Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz.
Joanna Sigmund.
Diane T. Signer.
Gregory Sikorsky.
Stephen Gerard Siller.
David Silver.
Craig A. Silverstein.
Nasima H. Simji.
Bruce Edward Simmons.
Diane M. Simmons.
Donald D. Simmons.
George W. Simmons.
Arthur Simon.
Kenneth Allen Simon.
And my brother, Michael Wittenstein. Michael, there aren't enough words to express how much you are missed and loved. And coming here every year, although it brings some level of comfort, it'll never take away the pain of you being gone. We know you're looking upon us and so proud of what your nieces and nephews have accomplished. We love you and we miss you. Thank you.
And my Uncle Greg Reedy, we know you are dancing in heaven. We love and miss you every single day. Thank you.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LeCory Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Lewis Simpkin,
Jeff Lyle Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamlade Kami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel F. Siskopoulos,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyena Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skrsepik,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sliwak,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Smagala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lawrence Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Moira Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shihadi Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Sohan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solaris,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Mary Ray Sopper,
Michael Charles Soresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Sulas,
Gregory Thomas Bagnoletti,
Donald F. Spampanato Jr.,
Thomas Barasio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and my fiance Andrew J. Bailey. Andrew, in this very space is where we met and where I lost you. Losing you on September 11th changed my life forever. Though you left us and your baby girl Rocky far too soon, the memories we shared both at home and in this space will forever remain in our hearts. Myself escaping Tower 1, losing you, our friends, and my job in a matter of hours gave me a new sense of purpose. It gave me a voice to advocate and fight for what is right and wrong in this country. I'm here to remind everyone that life can change in the blink of an eye. So love more, especially your neighbors. Live more, laugh more with family and friends, because we are not promised tomorrow. Andrew, I knew you were up there doing what you loved on the 93rd floor at Marsh & McLennan, trying to bring people to safety. My family and I promise to keep your memory alive, ensuring that those around us will never forget you and all the lives lost on September 11th.
and my sister, Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse. Like all of these souls lost this day, my sister Lindsay was a bright light in our lives. And even though she left us 23 years ago, her light still shines strong in all that loved and knew her. I love you, Linz, and I also love
this city and my fellow New Yorkers.
Robert Andrew Spencer.
Mary Rubina Sperando.
Frank Spinelli.
William E. Spitz.
Saranya Saran.
Fitzroy St. Rose.
Michael F. Stable.
Lawrence T. Stack.
Timothy M. Stackpool.
Richard James Stadelberger.
Eric Adam Stallman.
Gregory Stack.
Mary Dominica Stanley.
Anthony Starita.
Jeffrey Stark.
Derek James Statkovicius.
Patricia J. Stats.
Craig William Staub.
William V. Steckman.
Eric Thomas Steen.
William R. Steiner.
Alexander Robbins Steinman.
Edna L. Steffens.
Andrew Sergiopoulos.
Andrew J. Stern.
Norma Lang Sturley.
Martha Jane Stevens.
Michael James Stevens.
Richard H. Stewart Jr.
Sanford M. Stoller.
Douglas Joel Stone.
Lonnie J. Stone.
Jimmy Neville Story.
Timothy Stout.
Thomas Strada.
James J. Strain Jr.
Edward Thomas Strauss.
Stephen R. Strauss.
Larry L. Strickland.
Stephen F. Strobert.
Wildwin Wellington Stewart Jr.
Benjamin Suarez.
David Scott Suarez.
Ramon Suarez.
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez.
Yoichi Sumimama Sugiyama.
David Mark Sullins.
Christopher P. Sullivan.
William Christopher Sugar.
Thomas G. Sullivan.
Patrick Sullivan.
James Joseph Suazo.
Hilararo Serrano Samaya Jr. I was only in the 5th grade when the towers fell. I didn't know what a terrorist even was. All I knew that my Uncle Michael was gone and he wasn't coming back. There was no more squeezing into his 2-door coupe, taking trips back and forth. There was no more wrestling in my Titi Jane's backyard. There was no more family holidays with him. Now, listening to millions of stories today and hearing so many tears and cries and frustrations of lost ones, I'm here to tell you guys that they're fallen but not forgotten. My kids will never forget who their Uncle Michael is. I will never forget who my Uncle Michael is. I love you forever, Michael Angelo Trinidad.
And my aunt, Karen Joyce Klitzman. And Karen, you were only 5 years old when you were taken from me, but I will never forget the memories we had together. You took me to my first Yankee game, my first Big Apple Circus, and even gave me my first slice of New York cheesecake. You were truly one of a kind. We love you, we miss you, and we will never forget.
Colleen M. Sapinski.
Robert Sutcliffe.
Celine Sutter.
Claudia Suzette Sutton.
John Francis Sweeney.
Christine M. Swearson.
Brian David Sweeney.
Brian Edward Sweeney.
Madeline Amy Sweeney.
Kenneth
J. Swenson.
Thomas F. Swift.
Derek Ogilvy Sword.
Kevin Thomas Sozik.
Gina Steinberg.
Norbert P. Shorkowski.
Harry Tabak.
Joanne C. Tabak.
Norma C. Tadai.
Michael Tadano.
Kaishiro Takahashi.
Kenji Takahashi.
Phyllis Gail Talbot.
Robert R. Tahami.
John Talginani.
Sean Patrick Tollin.
Paul Talty.
Marita Tam.
Rachel Tamaris.
Hector Rogan Tamayo.
Michael Andrew Tamuccio.
Conchiro Tanaka.
Rondell Sherrod Tankard.
Kenneth Joseph Tenino.
Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr.
Michael C. Terrell.
Alan Tarasevich.
Deborah Torella.
Ronald Tartaro.
Donnie Brooks Taylor.
Daryl Anthony Taylor.
Kit P. Taylor.
Hilda E. Taylor.
Larissa Clayton Taylor.
Leonard E. Taylor.
Sandra C. Taylor.
Michael Morgan Taylor.
Carl W. T.P.
Sandra Dawn Teague.
Yeshivant Moshar Timby.
Paul A. Techmeyer.
Dorothy Pearl Temple.
Anthony Tempesta.
David Gustav Peter Tanglin.
Stanley L. Temple.
Lisa Marie Terry.
Brian John Terenzi.
Harshad Sham Thatway.
Gumati Thackerdine. Michael Theodorus.
And my grandmother Louise Ann Lynch, that should be here but isn't.
And my cousin John Francis McDowell Jr. We love you and miss you. I hope you're hitting them straight up there, and even after 23 years, you still haven't three-putt. We know Aunt Patty, you, and Uncle Jack are here with us today. God bless our troops, and God bless America.
Thomas F. Thurkoff Jr.
Leslie Ann Thomas.
Brian Thomas Thompson.
Clive Ian Thompson.
Glenn Thompson.
Nigel Bruce Thompson.
Perry A. Thompson.
Vanava Alexi Thompson.
Captain William Harry Thompson.
Eric Raymond Thorpe.
Nicola Angela Thorpe.
Tamara C. Thurman.
Sal Edward Thierry Jr.
John Patrick Tierney.
Mary Ellen Tiesi.
William Randolph Tista.
Kenneth Tejan.
Stephen Edward Ty.
Scott Charles Temes.
Michael E. Tinley.
Jennifer M. Tino.
Robert Frank Tapaldi.
John James Tipping II.
David Tirado.
Hector Luis Tirado Jr.
Michelle Lee Titolo.
Alicia Nicole Titus.
John J. Tobin.
Richard J. Tedisco.
Otis V. Tolbert.
Vladimir Tomasevich.
Stephen Kevin Thompson.
Thomas Tong.
Doris Torres.
Luis Eduardo Torres.
Amy Elizabeth Toyin.
Christopher Michael Traina.
Daniel Patrick Trent.
Abdul Karim Traore.
Glenn J. Travis Sr.
Walter Philip Travers.
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass.
James Anthony Trentini.
Mary Barbara Trentini.
Lisa L. Treratola.
Karamo Baba Trera.
Michael Angel Trinidad.
Francis Joseph Trombino.
Gregory James Trust.
Willie Q. Troy.
William P. Slepes Jr.
Zanetta Valentinovna Soy.
Michael Patrick Tucker.
Lance Richard Tamolti.
Ching Ping Tong,
Simon James Turner,
Donald Joseph Tuzio,
Robert T. Twome,
Jennifer Lynn Semis,
John G. Yusufer,
and my brother, Sergeant Thomas Edward Jurgens. You led a life of service to your community, to your neighbors, and while that ultimately cost you your life, you've had the really big impact on everyone's lives you've touched. And on a positive note, as an avid Yankee fan, just want you to know that the Yankees are #1 in the AL East, so I hope they have the Yes Network in heaven.
and my mother, Claudia Suzette Sutton. I'm almost 30 now, but still very much that 6-year-old girl waiting for you to come home. We love you and we miss you. We hope we are making and continue to make you proud. We carry you with us in everything that we do. Continue to watch over us.
Tyler Victor Ugalin,
Michael A. Uliano,
Jonathan J. Uman,
Anil Shivari Umakar,
Alan V. Upton,
Diane Marie Urban,
John Damian Boccaccio,
Bradley Hodges Vadas,
William Valcarcel,
Felix Antonio Bale,
Ivan Vale,
Benito Valentin,
Santos Valentin Jr.,
Carlton Francis Balbo II,
Pandyala Vam Shri Krishna,
Erica H. Van Acker,
Kenneth W. Van Auken,
R. Bruce Van Heim,
Daniel M. Van Laer,
Edward Raymond Vanacore,
John Charles Van Devander,
Frederick T. Varachi,
Gopalakrishnan Varadan,
David Vargas,
Scott C. Vassal,
Azail Ishmael Vasquez,
Ronald J. Valk,
Archangel Vasquez,
Santos Vasquez,
Peter Vega,
Sankara Sastri Velamuri,
Jorge Velasquez,
Lawrence G. Velling,
Anthony Mark Ventura,
David Vera,
Loretta Ann Vera,
Christopher James Villalonga,
Matthew Gilbert Viana,
Robert Anthony Vicario,
Celeste Torres Victoria,
Joanna Vidal,
John T. Vigiano II,
Joseph Vincent Vigiano,
Frank J. Vignola Jr.,
Joseph Barry Villardo,
Clarabelle Villalomos Hernandez,
Sergio Gabriel Villanueva,
Chantal Vincelli,
Melissa Renee Vincent,
Francine N. Virgiello,
Lawrence Virgilio,
Joseph Gerard Vinciano,
Joshua S. Vital,
Maria Pacoco Vola,
Lynette D. Vosquez,
Garo H. Voskirijan,
Alfred Anton Vuska,
Gregory Kamal Bruno Watler,
Karen J. Wagner,
Mary Alice Wallstrom,
and my sister Jody Tepedino Nicolo, Tower 1, 105th floor, Cantor Fitzgerald. We love you, Jody. We miss you. And until we meet again, we will forever sing your praise.
And my uncle, Luis Eduardo Torres. Uncle Theo, it's been 23 years since you've left this world. We take the time on this day and like every other day to look back at those countless memories of you and share emotions with the family. One of those memories I still cherish a lot are the ones Mommy tells about your career in the military. You served with passion and with dedication in the Colombian military for over 2 years while specializing in engineering and reaching your goal, which was to enter the Airborne Division and become a paratrooper. Except you had to leave to the States and leave the dream behind.
So now I'll be following your footsteps with honor and glory. Last ceremony I entered senior year. This year's ceremony I graduate senior year and have dedicated my future with the U.S. National Guard and expect to leave this November for basic training to truly embark on this journey. I'm doing this for you, Theo, and your name. I hope you're proud of me. We miss you and love you. Te quiero mucho, Theo. Que Dios bendiga esta nación. God bless you all.
Honor Elizabeth Guineo.
Gabriela Sylvina Waisman.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott.
Victor Wald.
Kenneth E. Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Roy Michael Wallace.
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
Matthew Blake Wallens.
Meta L. Waller.
John Wallace Jr.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Jim Walsh.
Jeffrey P. Walls.
Ching Wang.
Weban Wang.
Michael Warcola.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Timothy Ray Ward.
James A. Waring.
Brian G. Warner.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Charles Waters.
James Thomas Waters, Jr.
Patrick J. Waters.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Michael Henry Way.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Nathaniel Webb.
Diana Webster.
William Michael Weems.
Joanne Flora Weil.
Michael Thomas Weinberg.
Stephen Weinberg.
Scott Jeffrey Weingard.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Simon Weiser.
David M. Weiss.
David Thomas Weiss.
Shin Supak Wells.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers.
Sue Wee Wen.
John Joseph Wenkus.
Ole D. Wenderchuk.
Peter M. West.
Whitfield West Jr.
Meredith Lynn Whalen.
Eugene Michael Whalen.
Adam S. White.
Edward James White III.
And James Patrick White.
And my sister, Judith Ann Reese. Well, my dear sister, it's been 23 years since we lost you, and we miss you every day. In some ways it seems like yesterday. All of us miss your smile, your sense of humor, and your carefree spirit. We miss so many things about you, and we have so many memories that bring a smile to our face. Whenever we hear a country western song, especially Garth Brooks, or any music from the 50s, we are reminded of how much you loved listening to their music. These memories and so many more are forever a part of the fabric of our lives. As you know, we were all deeply saddened with the passing of our nephew Brian 2 years ago. We miss his energy, his wit, and his passionate dedication to all who knew him. We take comfort in the knowledge that you and his mother Elizabeth welcomed him into heaven with open arms, and we know you're all watching over us. Judy, your nephews and niece and their spouses, Michael and Loma, Jackie, Kevin and Eileen, Christine and Joseph, and Dennis and Holly are awesome role models for their incredible children. Emily and Justin are a loving couple and are a constant reminder of all that is good in our world. As one sports season begins and another one comes to a close, I know you'll be cheering for your Washington Commanders and Elizabeth will be cheering for her Yankees. Well, goodbye for now. I want to thank all the folks and volunteers associated with this memorial. Your dedication, your service, and your compassion are so deeply appreciated. May God bless all the families of 9/11. May God bless our first responders, our firefighters, our police officers, and all our veterans and those currently serving in our military. God bless America.
And my brother, firefighter John James Tipping II. 15 brave men were killed that day from John's firehouse. And from the onset, the men there have been there for us and our grieving families, despite their own grief. And still 23 years later, their comfort and support remains. So thank you for always being there for us. And thank you, New York City, and all the people involved in putting the commemorative remembrance together. It means so much to us to hear our loved one's name and know they are not forgotten. And John, this was written 23 years ago by your 12-year-old niece, Spencer. It's titled, "The Best Go First." When the unsavable needs saving and the unreachable need to be reached, the best help first. And when their perilous work is called for, the best answer first. And when going in may mean that they may not come back out, the best enter first. And when their life is at risk, they put others first. And when death comes silently lurking, the best go first. Oh my gosh.
John Sylvester White,
Kenneth Wilburn White Jr.,
Leonard Anthony White,
Melissa Y. White,
Maudlin A. White,
Sandra L. White,
Wayne White,
Leanne Marie Whiteside,
Mark P. Whitford,
Leslie A. Whittington,
Mark T. Woolley,
Mary Lenz Wyman,
Jeffrey David Weiner,
William J. Wick,
Allison Marie Wildman,
Glenn E. Wilkinson,
Ernest M. Wilshire,
John Charles Willett,
Brian Patrick Williams,
Candace Lee Williams,
Crossley Richard Williams Jr.,
David J. Williams,
David Lucian Williams,
Debbie L. Williams,
Dwayne Williams,
Kevin Michael Williams,
Louis Anthony Williams,
Louis Calvin Williams III,
John P. Williamson,
Donna Ann Wilson,
William Eben Wilson,
David Harold Winton,
Glenn J. Winnick,
Thomas Francis Wise,
Alan L. Wisniewski,
Frank Paul Wisniewski,
David Wishwall,
Sigrid Charlotte Wisway,
Michael R. Wittenstein,
Christopher W. Wodenchek,
Martin Phillips Wolfert,
Catherine Susan Wolf,
Jennifer Yen Wang,
Suchung Steve Wong,
Yin Ping Wang,
Yuk Ping Wong,
Brent James Woodall,
James John Woods,
Marvin Roger Woods,
Patrick J. Woods,
Richard Herod Woodwell,
David Terrence Woolley,
John Bentley Works,
Martin Michael Wortley,
Rodney James Wotan,
William Wren retired,
John W. Wright Jr.,
Neil Robin Wright,
Sandra Lee Wright,
Jupiter Yambem,
and my brother Glenn Davis Kerwin. Time passes. We have not and will not forget. We miss you.
and my uncle Salvatore P. Lopes. I'm so happy to be joined in person today by your youngest daughter, Nicole. Thank you, Uncle Sal, for her sister Allie, my Aunt Lorraine. Without them, our family is not complete, and because of them, I know that without you, our family isn't complete either. Keep smiling down on us. We love you and miss you every day.
John D. Yamicki. Vicky Yancey.
Shuyin Yang.
Matthew David Yarnell.
Myrna Yaskulka.
Shakila Yasmin.
Olabisi Shadi Leani Yi.
Kevin W. Yoko.
Edward P. York.
Kevin Patrick York.
Raymond R. York.
Suzanne Martha Humans.
Barrington Leroy Young, Jr.
Donald MacArthur Young.
Edmund G. Young, Jr.
Jacqueline Young.
Lisa L. Young.
Elkin Ewan.
Joseph C. Zaccoli.
Adele Agabi Zachary.
Arcady Zaltzman.
Edwin J. Zambrana Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri.
Mark Zangrilli.
Christopher R. Sabra Jr.
Ira Zaslow.
Kenneth Albert Zellman.
Abraham J. Zelmanowitz.
Martin Morales Sempodal Tecate.
Ji
Mark Scott Zeppelin.
Ji Yao Justin Zhao.
Yuguang Zheng.
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi.
Charles Allen Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper.
Salvatore J. Zizza.
Procopios Paul Zois.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew Stephen Zucker.
Igor Zuckerman. And my brother John Fiorito. John, you remain with us now and forever in our hearts and minds, and your life and spirit continue to inspire us in many ways. Your sacrifice has strengthened us, and I know you are proud of how your child, your son, has grown. We are confident you have found favor with God, and we ask the Lord to bless the precious souls taken on this day 23 years ago, to bless those who responded with self-sacrifice and bravery, and to help us move forward. May we never forget, and may God bless America.
And my brother Joey, Joe Calandrillo. Just a good man. Always putting everyone ahead of himself, and I don't know, when we leave Earth, I don't know where we go. But if they have basketball schoolyards there, he'll pick me for his team, even though I've been missing my hook shot center court about 7 out of 10 times. He'll pick me for his team. He'll probably lose because of me, but he'll take the rap as long as I'm not sitting over on the cement wall, crying because I wasn't picked. Just what a good guy. And that reminds me, you still owe me that. You still owe me a rematch on the one-on-one. Yeah, it was our last rematch, our last one-on-one in Plainview that time, and finally got the damn ball away from you. And I ran to center court. Great for playing teams, but bonehead move playing with you, playing against you, I should say. Anyway, took my shot. We knew where to stand. One jump. You had the ball. Game over for me. You'll have to tell me though where I should have been, so I don't lose again. All right. Talk to you later. And I want to thank all the men and women in law enforcement and fire, first responders, and our military. They keep us free and they keep us safe. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Nancy Claire Beach, Stephen Dennis Cafriero Jr., Brenda C. Gibson, Florence Morgan Gregory, Richard J. Gardano, Mayung Woo Lee, Timothy Michael O'Brien, Angel Perez Jr., Christopher J. Pickford, Joseph Patrick Sporer, Claus Johannes Sporkat, Alexandru Liu Stan, Karina Stan, Edward W. Schwab, George J. Strout Jr., Daniel Thomas Sir, Michael Anthony Tanner, David Gustav, Peter Tangelin, Shurish Yamadala, and my brother, Christopher Samuel Epps. We miss you, Christopher. It has been 23 years, and how your life in the beginning had impacted our family since our mother had you at an older age. We took care of you, we nurtured you throughout your years of 29 years when you became an adult. You were in Tower 2 on the 98th floor as an accountant for Marsh and McLennan. We deeply miss you, Christopher. Not one day, hour, or moment that our family does not miss you. Your sister, your brothers, your nieces, your nephews, and your cousins all deeply miss you. They were there that horrible day, searching everywhere for you, in hospitals, all up and down, placing flyers to find you alive. But God had other plans. But we are all grateful today for the freedom and liberties to live in the United States of America. We are all living in the land of the free and the home of the brave. I would like to thank President Bloomberg and his committee for every year, without fail, bringing us all together to pay witness and remember our family members. We are all here by grace, and love and peace, I pray, rest within all of us. Thank you.